Heroes have risen. Legends have been forged. Their names echoing through time. Their glory etched into the stars.
Doesn't appear to be. Come on, lad, take out this magazine. They're still hammering away in the floor. Rails and Rote, we say. Oh, come on, Abaddon. Pull a hero on us. I'm looking for the hero. Off-the-bargain, reloaded. Who's one following the land?
The arena awaits. This crucible of courage, ready to bear witness. Who will be cast down? And who will join the immortal dynasty? Let the battle begin.
Hello everyone, I am CCP Overload, and you know what time it is. It is time for the Alliance Tournament. We are starting in about 10 minutes with our first matches, and oh boy, this is going to be good. So we're into the feeders. We have 51 teams competing for just 28 slots. So a bunch of teams are going to go home with absolutely nothing, and a bunch are going to progress into a chance to ascend to greatness, as our trailer man so eloquently puts it. But to get there, we have to start, and to start, we have to begin by blowing up ships. I'm joined today on this desk by a couple of our fantastic analysts and commentators. For now, we have Black Bart Pirate, Mystical Might, and Wingnut. Bart, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing so good. We're here. We're back at that best time of year. I love the AT. We're ready for the feeders. I don't know. That intro video got me hyped. I was just like, okay, yeah. We're doing it. This is the 20th AT. It's the big one. 2 X's. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I'm good to go.
50% more X's than previously we've had. Although last year technically we did have 2 X's as well, I believe. Thanks to the power of Roman numerals. If anything, we were lesser. We now have lost an I, but we have just got 2 X's. Also joined by Wingnut. Wingnut, how are you doing today?
Mate, I'm doing great. It's 1 a.m. I couldn't be more fucking excited.
All the way from down under, Wingnut joins us, and Wingnut, you'll be coming over to Iceland as well as part of the commentator crew this year. We're looking forward to seeing you over here. You're looking forward to Alliance Tournament 20 XX?
I'm looking forward to both the tournaments and the 20 hours worth of flights. But mate, you couldn't be more excited. This is going to be a great year, especially with the Garistas boys this time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and that's a good point. We saw on Thursday the reveal of Alliance Tournament prizes this year. And by God, they have been cooking a little bit, because we have not just Alliance Tournament frigates, not just Alliance Tournament cruisers, but we have, for the first time in about 20 years, Alliance Tournament battleships coming to Alliance Tournament 20 for the prizes. And the cool thing is, thanks to the expanded prize pool of late since Alliance Tournament 17, even if you finish top 16, so if you win 2 matches, lose 2 matches, you're still going to get at least 1 Alliance Tournament battleship, which is just hogging as F. Now, we've already allocated our one naughty word to Wingnut in the first opening sentences, so I'm gonna keep mine for later. Misty, you were on stream on Thursday talking about these new prize ships. How are you doing today?
I am doing great, and you guys really complicated matters, because I gave one of my FCs the chance to pick any blops he wants as a reward, and I had to go back and edit the post to mention no Pythons and no Marshals. So yeah,
Nice.
I'm looking forward to it. It should be a glorious tournament. It should be a glorious couple weekends. I'm glad to see these teams playing for the chance to win some good prizes.
Awesome. So I see our countdowns have started to begin for our first match, going to go live in about 3.5 minutes. So why don't we take a look at the bans of our first match of Alliance Tournament 20 feeders, which is going to be Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Hold Control. And let's see what they have chosen to ban. Hello, bans. There we go. So we have a Pontifex and a Magus being banned by Rusty Hyenas Clan, and we have a Armageddon Navy issue and a Scimitar banned out by Hole Control. Blackbird Pirate. The bans are a little bit different in the feeders. Only one, and then the duplicates potentially. What do you think when you see these bans here?
It's going to be really hard to tell. Honestly, we probably had one of the biggest potential shakeups of all time with this tournament. The points are completely different. Everything is totally different. So I think they went for some really, really safe bans here. Pontifex Magus, always great. It makes it so that you're really, really limited to those cheap Lynx boats. And on the Hull Control side, I mean, Scimitar, still less things have changed. It's going to be amazing for Shield, and Armageddon Navy Issue is just such a good jack of all trade ships. So pretty safe first bans for the first match of the feeders.
Yeah, I mean, we see here both armor commander stars being banned out by Rusty Hyenas clan. So maybe trying to force a shield pick, and then of course Hulk Drop banning out that scimitar. So that would make that a little bit awkward. Misty, you have famously a galactic-sized brain when it comes to these type of things. What do you think we'll see with the two teams bringing? Are we going to see shield? Are we going to see maybe like armor as well, even though those link ships are out?
I mean, that's an excellent question to ask at the beginning of the tournament when we have no idea what the meta is.
I mean, you told me just before this you were cooking up comps.
I was
Gave me a
something.
script.
I was cooking something, but I don't know if I was cooking anything good. I think that there's a variety of different comps open to them. You could do probably Fly Killer. I don't think you really need to rely on any of the Armor Destroyers, for example, or the Scimitar. For that matter, you've got various drone comps that can now come back into the meta again, just due to the point changes, allowing you to put more of those points into the heavy damage dealers at the very top. You've got your Octodaddy kind of setups with your multiple DPS ships, usually relying on battle cruisers, which also replaces the need for the Pontifex and Magus. So there's a bunch of different things that we could see, but I'm excited to see what people come up with.
Yeah, and if you're new to Alliance Tournament, first of all, welcome. We'll go into some more detail on some of these things in future. I mean, what is an Octodaddy? We'll get to that. There's all sorts of different things and different comp names, usually like a core archetype. Some of them have sensible names, some of them do not. But yet, those are the names that we are stuck with, and we will enlighten you a little bit further soon. I see the teams are in system, just waiting for them to land in the arena before we go to our first match of the day, which again, Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Hole Control. So we have groups this time around as well. These teams are playing in groups. This is Group A, and the top team from each group will advance into the Alliance Tournament. The second place has a good chance through the redemption, and third place goes home. There's also amazing Alliance Tournament skins that teams get for every win. So even if they get eliminated, as long as they manage to scrape out at least one win, then they might go home with some amazing, awesome skins. So ships are landing now. As soon as we're ready to go, I'm going to hand this one over to our casters in the arena, which is going to be Fear, Vine, and Ali. And to be honest, I think we should just send it now. So I'm going to do it. Let's go to the arena for the first match of the day in Alliance Tournament 20.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the arena. My name is Aliaris. I'm here with Fear Vina, and we are watching Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Hole Control. Hole Control have brought an armor control setup with a Leshak double Blackbird for ECM. Fear, what have Rusty Hyenas brought?
Well, they've brought a lot of shield missile ships, and I'm looking at the model, and I see the HMLs. So this is Shield Kite with heavy missiles versus an armor control kind of brawly setup with the Leshak. I'm excited to see how this works out. These teams met each other in feeders last year. Rusty Hyenas got the slight edge over Hole Control in that matchup in another Brawl versus Kite matchup, although one of the teams was rushing. This time around, Hole Control not bringing the shield rush. They've got armor control, and we're about 15 seconds until the match has started. Let's get right into it.
Yeah, Rusty Hyenas, usually the Scimitar is the best logi for this ship. They've got the Scythe instead. We'll see how well it's able to keep up. The capacitor is a big issue with these Tech 1 ships, and Rusty Hyenas needs to keep their distance from Hole Control if they want to be able to survive.
Yeah, but double Blackbird, very difficult to deal with sometimes, but we see a bit of a rainbow, couple red, couple blue, couple green, which makes the Blackbird have a little bit more power versus a mono targeting system type. We see some damage going into Crystal Steel off the start, trying to take these Blackbirds off the map to get the control out from the armor control setup. They have a little bit of control themselves as well, though. 2 carries for Damps. But unfortunately for them, it is a brawl setup from Whole Control.
Yep, and that Blackbird is holding pretty nicely. Kite setups known for their speed, not really known for their damage. Rusty Hyenas is. Oh wow! that
Just deleting a
hyena
hyena straight off the bat. Wrecking shot from the Leshak, it looks like, and down goes one member of the Rusty Hyenas. That is their screen. They don't have a whole lot of tackle outside of that Hawk remaining, and we see some damage going on at the carries now.
Yep, so Whole Control trying to clear out the low end of Rusty Hyenas, which is the only thing that's going to be keeping Rusty Hyenas moving, keeping them freed from letting that Leshak get up on top of them, letting maybe the Squall serve a heavy tackle role.
More damage going on to Milton Sealy and the carries. He's down to very low armor at the moment. Scythe Rep's not going to help him there. One carries down, the second one also falling. Whole Control showing a bit more of their own control in this particular match. Also, would like to point out they have a Draugr, which is really good at killing low end on their team comp as well. We see him start to make moves around the outside of the match, maybe looking to pick off some member of the back line. Right now, Whole Control are still holding on as far as DPS is concerned, and some damage is going on to this Scythe from Carl C. Agathon as well.
Yep, and Carl's nice and well situated far away from the bulk of the Whole Control team, but it doesn't matter. That Leshak has amazing range, and it's not even damped right now. So it's able to spool up and reach across the arena and start really putting the hurt on Carl's side.
Yeah, the carries is damped out by Slad Kavora and the Maulus. He is falling pretty quickly right now, so once the Maulus falls, that carries will be able to get damps back onto the Leshak, but the Scythe is already dead, and no Logi for the Shield Kite comp is very difficult for them to deal with.
Yeah, their damage isn't that high, but they rely on speed and their repairs to keep themselves alive, and without the repairs, without the carries to keep that speed advantage up, or the hyena carries is going down.
And now no control remaining for Rusty Hyenas. They're still going to try to shield Kite out, but we look at the points, Whole Control up 61-7. In previous years, that would be almost match, but as a reminder, this year we are at 200 points. They doubled the points and made some fine-tune adjustments to the point values of ships. So with that, it is still about half of the points gone for Whole Control off the map right now, but they do have some very fast ships that are able to kite out pretty effectively. As I say that, missile disruption from this Crucifier has been really good towards both these Orthrises, and they've got tackle on Lasso in the Orthris right now, although he was able to break away ever so slightly from the grapple. Another grapple on the Navy Drake, but they run away.
Yep, yeah. One of the AOs from Whole Control to Able made a pretty good run into the middle of the blob for Rusty Hyenas, and Rusty Hyenas they're a little bit scattered right now. The loss of their logistics ship, the loss of their screen ships, they're trying to find something they can put some damage into, trying to find some way to claw back the points that they've lost.
Yeah, but at the moment, big damage going on to the Orthris. Zed's motorcycle currently taking the brunt of the force, and as we see, he's about to go down. Doesn't have a whole lot of logi. Does have an XLASB or an LASB of some variety, so has some repping power to keep him alive for the time being, but Rusty Hyenas just can't kill anything from Whole Control. And we should talk about the feeders format this year as some damage goes on in this Blackbird. Feeders this year, unlike last year, is not winning you in on the first match and loser immediately gets spotted to the redemption bracket. We now have groups, 3 teams worth. And Allie, what can you say about that?
So each team in the group is going to fight each other team once. If one team wins against both, then they're in the Alliance tournament. And if the team that won against one other opponent will go to the redemption bracket. If it's 1-1-1, we go to a series of tie breaks. Those tie breaks include how fast you won the match and how many points you won the match by. So I'm expecting to see a lot of higher damage, fast setups this weekend. Of course, this match, Armor Control versus Kite, not quite as fast, not quite as high tempo, but you're going to bring the best comp. Number one thing is to win. You're going to bring the best comp that you can use to win. After that, you can start worrying about breakers. And set Fleet Cyclone down. Presumably the tackled Cyclone is going to be next.
Yeah, really well done from Hull Control. Getting a bit of payback for last year's feeders where they had to go in through the redemption bracket. This time they're sending Rusty Hyenas down to 0-1 in the group for the time being, and they'll go up 1-0. As we continue on this match, we can talk a little bit about the new ship that we see on the grid, the Squall. It's 4 points, but it does a lot of damage for those 4 points.
Yep, and it can hold. It's also got a hold that's appropriately sized for an industrial, which means that the Squall can hold an industrial quantity of cap boosters. Very useful if you have cap-hungry ships that are just going to be chewing boosters. Very useful if you find yourself in a Newt brawl fest. And it's got missiles. These were designed to be dangerous, and the Squall sure is proving that correct.
Yeah, it can either be fitted out with HMLs or heavy assault missiles. This one appears to actually be full Newt. I don't see any missile launchers on the hard points, so just being used as heavy tackle in this particular instance. As we see Newt's and tracking disruption, Recebos going on from the Squall using those mid slots as it is armor fit.
Yep, and the Squall, it's got a little bit more EHP than your typical 4-point ship. Sure, it's Tech 1, but especially when shield fit, you can fit them with a reasonably generous tank, so they're really good value for the points, and I expect we're going to be seeing a lot of them in this tournament.
I misspoke. I didn't see the hard points on the ship. They're hams. It's hams. It's always hams.
Yep. Good old Murder Squall. Tackle something and take it out of the match.
We are 1 minute 45 seconds remaining in this match as Hull Control continues to clean up on Rusty Hyenas. I'd like to see someone go for an Edge of Glory. Please, Rusty Hyenas. We see the Cyclone of
Shumka might be going for it. Oh, no.
Love to see the Edge of Glory. We see a mix of DPS drones and maintenance bots actually from Hull Control. Imperial Navy Praetors out on grid, as well as some maintenance bots to keep their Confessor able to get on top of things and tackled. We see some tackle onto the Drake Navy issue right now as well, as the Cyclone continues to take damage, the Drake Navy continues to take damage, and, battle of the wormhole groups. And this time we didn't see any ham rush, so wormhole meta perhaps evolving a bit for the AT.
Yeah, we have the prime wormhole ship, the Leshak, the Draugr, of course, down here, also representing Team Triangle. Be interesting to see if that Leshak will be able to clean up both the Navy Drake and the Cyclone in the remaining 30 seconds. Hull Control trying to get their score as high as possible in the time that they have left. Of course, if the Cyclone can kite it out, they might be able to make their breakers just that much better if it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, lots of incentives to stay alive and not go for the Edge of Glory in these feeders, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll have to wait.
I want to see some records broken. Please, we've got Zealous waiting for the Edge of Glory, but the match is all over. We're going to send it back to the desk to break down that match and bring us in the next one. We'll be right back after this.
Devil and the Hull Control team finding out that today is in fact the day as they take the first win in the Alliance Tournament 20 feeder rounds over Rusty Hyenas clan. Misty, interesting they're bringing that Scythe. It's only 20 points compared to the Scimitar, of course, which was banned. What do you think about bringing Tech 1 Logi? It felt like that's a comp that should have had a Scimitar and they swapped it out. You're muted.
Yes, I am. It had to happen. Muterator strikes again.
First
No, there's definitely a place for T1 Logi in comps. I would probably lean towards something more like the Augurer, the Osprey, if I wanted to go for shield, or the T1 frigate variants, and not so much the Scythe. The Scythe is historically very difficult to fit on TQ for both the rep output and tank, and then also cap stability. So I think it was probably shoehorned in when that Scimitar ban came through. They probably had to fiddle with their comp a little bit, add in a few more E-War frigates, take out the Scimitar, replace it with the Scythe, and I don't know if they were necessarily practiced for the amount of E-War that they brought.
Yeah, I'd love to talk more about this, but by golly, we have a pace to stick to here because those matches are coming hot and fast. Our next one's only a few minutes away, so let's look forward to that. It's going to be Evasive Maneuvering versus Odin's Call. Let's see if we can't see the bands. Here we are. So I'm guessing Evasive Maneuvering with the classic logo on the left, banning out the Barghest and the Loki, interesting ones, and then Odin's Call choosing to ban the Eos and the Crucifier. Wingnut, what do you make of these bans here?
The Loki ban is specifically targeting Nighthawk Hamrush. Straight off the bat. That's exactly that. And interesting thing as well is that the Nighthawk Hamrush kind of died a bit, but it's getting stronger because the Squall is now here. And it's like, oh, this is cheap. We can now bring more Rush. So that's a very directed ban.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, we heard a little bit of it sort of alluded to by Fear and Alley during the last match, but one of the tie breaks for the feeder rounds here, if you're in a group, is in fact how fast you can do your matches. So there is an incentive to be quick and to execute teams as fast as you possibly can. Rush comps famously can do that. They also can be very heavily screened if you're not careful. Bart, do you think that these teams should be leaning into like going for fast rush comps or sticking with the more sort of considered, more demure control comps?
I think that just because of these teams, which we probably don't have time to talk about, but they're pretty veteran teams. If you know, probably aren't going to be doing that kind of thing to each other because they have to actually bring their A game against each other. But I think we'll see a lot of rushes in the feeders because we always see a lot of rushes in the feeders. On this match, though, I personally don't think so, but I'm probably going to be wrong about that. We'll find out soonish.
Yep, it's showing on my timer here. There's just 1 minute and 40 seconds before the next match is due to start. You'll notice if you're watching on Twitch, which considering that's where we're broadcasting, you almost certainly are, that we have channel point betting. You can gamba your little channel points away and redeem them for skins. We have about 1.5 million channel points so far into this pool for this one. Odin's Call seems to be not strong favorites, but definitely seems to be the favorites here with 800 to 600,000 over Evasive Maneuvering. So make sure you get in there, get them points. And having done the point thing, I know CCB Jotun's running the points thing this time. It is terrifying when you have to click the button to confirm the win because you've just watched it happen. You know for a fact that this team has won, and yet that moment when you have to click the button and confirm it, terrifying. So he's doing that.
If you
so
get it wrong,
anything
if you
goes
get
wrong,
it wrong,
just at CCB Jotun in Twitch chat, he'll personally come and sort it out. All right, let's hand over to the arena for our second match of the day: Evasive Maneuvering versus Odin's Call.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firvina, joined by Ali Eris, and no Hamrush this time around, but Odin's Call have brought good old AC Rush, full red, plus a Purifier. What have Evasive Maneuvering brought?
Evasive Maneuvering have brought, here's our chance to see Octo Daddy, aka Max Threat in action. We've got battle cruisers with medium guns, high damage at good range, looking to probably back the heck up against the Odin's Call rush. Evasive Maneuvering massively outranges them, but look at that attack bar on the Odin's Call side.
It is very, very large. Links are up and we're about to go underway. Pay attention to the potential screen coming out from Evasive Maneuvering if they can get it. They have a Vigil for Paints and Namalis for Damps. Although, as I say that, they are just burning straight away. They don't have a whole lot of screen on their team. Scythe-Fleet issue appears to be the first one into the brawl, alongside one of these Cinnables. Damage going on to the Astarte right now of Kirill Agatov, and he is going straight into armor. Meanwhile, Rupture of Malor is being deleted by the medium gun spam of evasive maneuvering.
Yep, and we could see that Raf Mika in the Cinnable has also been screened off, also tackled, but the Rush has gotten on top of Pandy in the Astarte and Skykiller Russian in the Navy Prophecy, and this match is going to be a very fast bloodbath.
Yeah, lots of DPS from both these teams, but the Cinnable of Raf Mika goes down first before anyone dies from evasive maneuvering side. Skykiller Russian finally falls on the Prophecy Navy issue. They have some tackle on a lot of ships in this comp for Odin's Call, but the Cinnable is currently screened off. They've got a web onto one of these Deacons, but they don't have any tackle on any of the DPS ships quite yet, and that is not good for the Rush. You want to have multiple DPS ships tackled down as Ismaili goes down in the Cinnable, and evasive maneuvering, they're out-kiting the Shield Rush pretty effectively right now.
Yep, this is exactly what they had to do, just keep their range. Those ACs can't reach more than 20 kilometers in the distance, whereas the evasive maneuvering medium guns are deadly within about 50, and evasive maneuvering is doing a very good job of just cleaning up the fastest ships with the best tackle on the Odin's Call side. That's why we saw the Signables go down, that's why we're seeing the Fleet Scythe go down, and evasive maneuvering has lined up Toastbrat and the Sleipnir. Meanwhile, as you said, none of their DPS ships are tackled.
Yeah, currently just sitting on a web on Sam Punisher and the Deacon, and Altine in the Scythe Fleet issue all the way down into the structure. He's going down. And when we talk about these high DPS comps versus high DPS comp setups, it's all about the snowball, right? As another member goes down from Odin's Call, that was the Purifier just getting deleted. And it is a game of inches at the start, but as we see, the snowball just works out very well for evasive maneuvering here. Both these teams are veterans, though. I expect Odin's to still make it in through at least the redemption bracket, if not tiebreakers.
Yep. And we can see that Odin's has gotten tackle onto Kirill and the Astarte. If anything is going to turn it, it's going to be those kinds of little inches getting brought up. Odin still has both their Scalpels alive, both their Sleipnirs. Sleipnirs, not the fastest ships on the team, but they do have a very beastly local tank bonus. And they're going to do their best to use those Sleipnirs as long as they can.
Yeah, double Deacon versus double Scalpel. So Tech 2 Frigate Logi being the name of the game for both these teams. Kirill down into half armor right now as some pot shots are being taken on blank in the Scalpel, and Aethel currently painted up as well. Pot shots going towards that Scalpel, goes through complete armor. One more shot should do him in, and down goes one of the two Logi for Odin's Call.
Yep. Aethel down, blank soon to follow the previous, soon to follow their Logi partner. And this seems like it's a good switch. Just clean out the Logi, let you try and get the Sleipnirs without having to worry about those Sleipnirs being kept up. And with that said, they're back on Toastbrat. Meanwhile, Kirill Agatov and the Astarte hanging on in low armor. Both the Deacons doing their best to rep as hard as they can.
And this also shows the importance of having long-range tackle, long-range tanky tackle in a Shield Rush setup, right? We see the Loki was banned away, so they wouldn't be able to get that long-range web. And Odin's Call didn't have a configuration with an alternate version of long-range tackle ship, either with a Hyena or with something like a broadsword, potentially. And with that, they end up having some issues actually getting on top of targets past the initial rush, because Odin's Call, unfortunately, they got on top of one target, but they couldn't find anyone else, because evasive maneuvering did exactly what they needed to do and just scattered as soon as the rush came in, and stayed spread out so they couldn't chain targets from Odin's Call.
Yep, and we can see good fights going out in local. Both teams kind of know where this is heading. It's all just trying to see how long can Colonel Kurtz and Krivity hold on to in order to make the tiebreakers as good as possible for Odin's Call in their next matches. Again, Odin's Call, they're not out. They're not in redemption. They have 2 more matches to play against the rest of their group, or 1 more match to play against the other team in their group. Evasive Maneuvering, likewise, they're not in. They still have to play 1 more match. We'll see how those go, and we'll see what the final standings are in this group after the next 2 days of tournaments.
And good news for Odin's Call, they did kill someone from evasive maneuvering, so they have points towards their tiebreakers if it comes down to that. 30 to be exact, but they're going to give the full 200 away towards their Russian counterparts. Evasive maneuvering, new alliance name, lots of veteran tournament pilots. It's Faffy Waffy of Dark Side fame, alongside some members of previous Vidra squads, forming together and making their own tournament special alliance to come in the tournament Pandy of Vidra fame, as you see in the Astarte right now. With that, though, that's all the time we have here in the arena. We're going to send it back to the desk after a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Well, it looks like Odin's Call got maneuvered out of victory there, dropping to evasive maneuvering. Chat gambled a lot of your points. Most of you betting on Odin's Call, those points have all been reallocated across to the fans of evasive maneuvering. And as hinted at by Fear, the evasive maneuvering team are in fact a pretty veteran team. I believe it's captained by Faffy Waffy and has a number of tournament winning pilots on it. So not to be underestimated. Odin's of course made second a couple of years ago, so they are also a good team. So a strong start for evasive maneuvering to take down Odin's Call there. Bart, what do you think about this rush comp with the triple slips? Minmatar rush into sort of control comp there.
Well, I said that I didn't expect to see a rush right off the bat from either of these teams, and I guess that's kind of proves my point, because I was like, oh, they're pretty good teams, and then they rushed and lost. So clearly, rush bad team rushes. I like rush. I think the issue with that, and you're kind of talking about it a bit, is that we sort of saw a lot of issues with the inflation things on the listeners. And I think we have no audio.
Yeah, we've got audio. I think it's just there's some encoding things going on, because I can hear you fine, and I think you can hear me fine.
They just can't hear us fine.
I think they can hear us fine now. All right.
This is where we tell all the secrets, okay, guys? They'll never get it.
Oh, the audio's fixed. Great. Thank you.
All right,
Twitch
it's fine.
chat.
Excellent. Thank you, Twitch chat. All right. We saved it. Without Twitch chat, how would we survive our day-to-day lives? Anyways, now that I'm not a robot anymore, I kind of I've always liked Sleipnir rushes more, but I think the problem maybe wasn't necessarily their setup per se. It was how good evasive maneuvering was at evasive maneuvering, because obviously they got tackled right off the bat, which is bad. But then every ship that wasn't tackled just got away from the Sleipnir ball, and as soon as you do that, your rush is no longer rushing. You get one ship down, great. And then they were like, oh crap, we have nothing better to do. They tried to go after what we're pretty sure were Tenement Afterburner Deacons, which are just insanely difficult to do any damage to, and then they kind of just petered out. So initial execution, probably good. It's just they weren't ready to do the follow-up.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what else they could have done. That was just flowing quite well by evasive maneuvering, to be honest. They come in, you see this high DPS, no logi rush comp facing you. It going to be tough, but they were able to just sort of pull back. As you pointed out, those 10MN Deacons probably doing a lot of work. Misty, you said it during the match as well. It felt like Odin's perhaps focused in a little bit too hard on them and got suckered into chasing them around for too long rather than trying to break through. I mean, we saw one of those Astartes almost die just to the 3 Sleipnirs before they started to all die themselves. So could have gone either way, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Odin's will probably be kicking themselves a little bit with the way that they executed that match. It seems like they were prepared for a mix of micro warp driving and A-being ships, because they had the reference of mind to bring webs in their rush comp. Usually you'll see teams that aren't as experienced with it bringing just scrams along all of their Sleipnirs, which is great for shutting down the micro warp drive on a micro warp driving ship, but does nothing for an afterburning ship. So they had that in their back pocket. They tried to apply it to what we think is a Tenement Deacon. It didn't pay off for them, but hopefully they'll be able to improve on their execution going into the next match, and they don't let this knock their confidence too much.
Speaking of next match, let's take a quick look at our third match of the day. We form Volta versus Intergalactic Space Hobos. And see what bans we have here. So Volta banning out the Blackbird, still triggered by the existence of ECM, and the Scimitar, and Intergalactic Space Hobos banning out the Armageddon Navy and the Kerries. Wingnut, I want 20-second thoughts on these bans.
Armageddon Navy's a solid ban. Scimitar is the best shield kite ban. Blackbird, they're still triggered, that's fine. The Kerries, I get, but I would rather ban them all because it's better value for money as we saw the first match. So, good bans. I like them.
Excellent. Good bans there as ordained by Wingnuts. So let's head over to the match with our new casters, Mod and Nova.
Hello, this is Nova Terran, joined here by Moderator, who I believe is still deafened. We have this match between We Form Volta as our red team and Intergalactic Space Hobos in the blue side. They've both brought a similar setup of comps. With the Loki having been banned out last match, this time we see it on the We Form Volta side. This does look like a ham rush of some variety with 3 squalls. What are we seeing from the blue team?
Yeah, so we're seeing that the other side has gone with that really kind of missile composition supported by the alligator. So ham rush for the side of Intergalactic Space Hobos.
With links going up, we're about to get underway. Both teams are warping in pretty close. Our blue side of Intergalactic Space Hobos have mostly landed at 0, so they're very clearly looking to burn straight into things, but they do have some back end who's warped in at around 50 kilometers, and we see both teams running into each other right now. E-war effects are starting to go off.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that Volta is using, those Lokis, and there's not going to be, too much range control. That they're going to have
the
to
Navy Osprey of Intergalactic Space Hobos just gets evaporated. It looks like their first target is the Fleet Cyclone of Albedo, but we're going to see if he's actually going to go down in time before Volta managed to pick off another target. They're going for this Navy Drake issue now of M and Day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they both drop at the same time. If you look at the attack bars here, Volta really just having so much more. That's going to be some of what you see with the squalls, and also the selectable damage, right, you're going to get from those Lokis. Incredibly powerful.
Volta does take an early lead here, and this Fleet Cyclone of Albedo is still up. Like, he's holding well. We see lots of reps going off on him. Any amount of time that he can hold, it's more time for them to pump damage into this alligator now of Konkel. And he finally does fall.
Yeah, I mean, Konkel is going to drop just as that Cyclone goes down. And really, I mean, just the Intergalactic Space Hobos, look at how many points really they put into the Maulus and Bellicose. And unfortunately, those ships just aren't in DPS, whereas Volta has these 3 squalls. We do have the extra point rule, but even then, 18 points, 3 squalls, it's a lot. And, the 26 points put into Bellicose double Maulus, it did really nothing for them in this match.
It's also a situation where, with most of their team landing at 0 kilometers in the thick of things in the arena, they're not going to be able to really use time to use those electronic warfare effects from the Maulus, those damps and whatnot. They're simply in the thick of things from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the issues that we're seeing with some of these teams that, try to do too many things at once, right? You try to overcommit to different roles, and then you realize, well, hey, if I'm in a rush setup, maybe I need to, actually be enabling my ability to rush. I understand you want some damps, you want some target painting, but realize that it's a lot of points you're committing to that.
At this point, we're just looking to see if there's enough damage from Intergalactic Space Hobos left to kill any more ships and get themselves a few more points for their tiebreakers here. But that being said, their main damage ship left is this Claymore, and he's dropping into very, very low shield now.
Yeah, I don't think we see the paint getting scratched really on the Volta side whatsoever. We see good fights are being given in local. Intergalactic Space Hobos realizes that they're completely lost the match at this point. I almost hate to say it, but I feel like this one was essentially won in draft.
That definitely could be the case. This does sort of seem like a bit of a rock, paper, scissors sort of scenario where Intergalactic Space Hobos simply brought less DPS to a DPS race on one hand. But also on the other side, there's some truly expert piloting coming down from a team like Volta with such a large tournament pedigree over so many years. Really utilizing these Lokis, they can lock down anything on the grid. Now we're just watching the Logi ships from the Space Hobo side fall.
Yeah, and I think this is something you're going to continue to see, right? You're going to see a lot of rush setups. You're going to see a lot of these kind of max threat setups with or Octodad, where people are just going to heavy, commit to things where when you only have 2 bans, it's really hard to deal with this. And Volta, they're not going to want to give away, right, any of their deep theory against, a team that they might respect a little bit less. And, they're just going to go with the tried and true setup like these ham rushes. And, they are showing great success with it. So, with the win here, they're going to be, that much more likely. They have to just win one more match, and they'll be on to the main bracket of Alliance Tournament 20.
Yes, indeed. And it's really interesting seeing these 3 squalls in the low end. We were mentioning previously that they're a really popular pick right now, largely because they only cost 4 points, but they're choosing to use them in triplicate, meaning that you're suffering a points penalty for every additional one that you choose to field, but yet they still just leave so many points for this top end of the ham rush setup. Right now, we're just watching this last Mollis of Billy Bob, see if he can kite around for a little while before small drones do catch up to him.
Yeah, squalls is something we've seen, discussed in the tournament community. They're only 4 points each, as you said. And of course, we've got that point inflation rule, right? If you bring extra ships, and I'm sure the desk can talk about. But really, these ships are doing, almost a cruiser assault frigate's worth of damage. And for 6 points, that's 3 points in the old meta. That was the same amount really as like an interceptor. It's really good value for something like this ham rush, where you're able to really fully commit to having, double, Loki for those webs, and you get Nighthawk, 2 Cyclones, and you're able to get the links you need. It's really a well-rounded setup from a ham rush. Billy Bob now getting finally caught by some drones here.
Yeah, as he gets webbed down by the Lokis, he's not going to be able to kite around for much longer. Yeah, he does seem to be caught by most of the back line, and we see drones getting on him now, so this one's going to be over very, very quickly. Last little explosion, and that's going to be it for our Space Hobos team for the time being. They still have a chance to make their way through their group, but in this round, yeah, it's just wreckage to clean off the grid. And with that, I think we'll be sending it back over to our analysts to talk about this rush setup from both teams.
We form Volta taking the dub over Intergalactic Space Hobos there in a pretty dominant performance. Volta once again showing why they're a perennial tournament team, usually placing relatively high. They've come second. They have won in days gone by as well under Virgil Collapse. And we expect to see them do pretty well in almost any tournament that they're in. Wingnut, you wanted to talk a little bit about the Squall. We saw a triple Squall there fielded by the Volta team. Tell me about the Squall.
The Squall is an interesting ship, both in TQ and even more so in this tournament. This is a ship that cost us 4 points in tournament, which is cheaper than the Mauls they were fighting. Brings a functional amount of DPS, a gigantic cargo bay, and enough tank to do well. But the key is, they're 4 points. They are cheaper than a Caracal, doing about the same amount of damage, and that allows you to bring a heavier top end. So we're going to see a lot of Squalls, honestly. Like, they are, even if you don't like them, just bring them because they're cheap and bring cap boosters. You've now made a thicker core comp. It's honestly, if we see a Squall ban, I would not be surprised, because they're just you could ruin someone's theory crafting by just banning it. It's like, well, there's your free ride gone. Now make something else. They are
theory crafting is having your ship exploded almost immediately before it's able to do anything, and that's what happened to that Navy Osprey in that match. Bart, what happened? He just seemed to vanish super quickly.
So if you looked at the warp-ins, the Space Hobos chose to warp in at 0, which is probably one of the most questionable decisions of all time in any tournament, and has been for a long time. I understand the logic. You're like, oh, we're rushing. The closer we get, the better. The problem is that if you start off warped in at 0, the other team has you in perfect range pretty much no matter where they warp in. Weird complicatedness, but basically, if you're a long-range team and you warp in at 50, you're at like perfect range if somebody warps in at 0. If you're a short-range team and they warp in at 0, you're at perfect range if they warp in at 0. Volta was warped in at 20 with... they had multiple long-range webs from their Lokis. So literally their target was perfectly positioned at perfect optimal range, instantly got webbed, and then just completely deleted before it could even get moving. It is what it is. I understand that it's kind of, the logic makes sense. You're like, oh, we warp in at 0 and we can rush them. But even if the other team is also rushing you, just having that little bit of space to play around with just completely changes everything. And, Navy Ospreys, they actually do a ton of damage in a ham rush. Like, they're very, very high DPS, but no matter what you do to them, they're still a basically a Tech 1 resisted, relatively lightweight ship. So very good target calling on Volta's part, immediately taking off, probably 600 DPS off the field in the first couple seconds. That snowballed down from there.
Yeah, snowball certainly is what happened. Usually, when you're in a rush comp and it starts to get broken, it can just go the wrong way really fast. Misty, any final thoughts on that match?
Yeah, just some information being passed through in the background, just saying that the Navy Drake, the Alligator, weren't making best use of their high slots for links. A lot of the matches that we see in the Alliance tournament and in the Feeders tournament rely on links to both increase the effective hit points that a ship has. One of the shield links will give you just raw shield hit points. One of the shield links will give you shield resistance, both making you tankier. And the third shield link gives you remote rep speed and reduced capacitor amount for it. By not making full use of all those high slots for links where they could, they are gimping their comp basically. They would have had a much better time actually using those links, making sure that they were tankier, faster, had better tackle range, reduced signature, which, hopefully they take this on board and go back to the drawing board and think about the rest of their comps, make sure that they have the links where they can, because to not have those links can make a massive impact on how the match turns out.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Fit links in your tournament comp. Now, Alliance Tournament 20, we've got something new this year. Each team that has applied to be part of the Alliance Tournament has also had to nominate a spokesperson for their Alliance, someone who's not necessarily on the team but is in the Alliance, who can talk about the team, the Alliance, and what they do. Of course, we are going to be seeing Brave Collective very soon in our next matchup. And as Mystical Might once put it takes a brave man to stand in front of a camera and talk about his Alliance. So let us hand over to Brave Collective spokesperson Jinx the Care and see what he has to say.
I'm Jinx the Care, CEO and spokesperson for the Brave Collective. Brave lives in Nullsec and Quirius. Come by K7D and say hello. In Brave, we have people involved in all aspects of EVE. Nullsec, HighSec, wormholes, PvP, PvE, POCVin, industry, and more. Whether you're a brand new player looking to join up and learn the game, or a veteran who wants to up their fun per hour, there's a place for you in Brave. Brave has competed in the Alliance tournament since AT13. Our team is looking forward to meeting their training partners in the tournament. One battle to show off both teams' hard work. Good luck to our team and our opponents. Stay classy, have fun, be brave.
Nice. All right, thanks, Jinx. So we're going to have Brave Collective versus Arrival coming up in just a couple of minutes. Brave have had a pretty decent tournament history. They've had a couple of deep runs as well, perhaps unexpectedly. And of course, Arrival have done pretty well in things like the Alliance Open. They played there as the Weekend Warriors and then came in as Arrival in the last couple of Alliance tournaments. Mystical Might, as we take a look at the bans, what do you think about these two teams?
All right, well, we're seeing, interestingly enough, a Prophecy Navy ban. Now, probably not where I would have spent a ban, just with the different archetypes that are out there. You have the Loki, you have the EOS to try and mitigate the drone comps that you could see. The Cyclone Fleet issue ban is also very interesting. I'm not sure whether these two were practice partners at any point. It seems like they have a fixation on Navy battlecruisers, and I'm not entirely convinced that those bans are going to make the difference in whether a comp can or cannot be brought, because you can pretty quickly switch between other ships that do effectively the same role, provide you links and range damage with a bit of speed. So it should be interesting to see where the meta is for these two teams, because I can't see it.
There you go. If you can't see it, then do we have a chance? Black Bart Pirate, any further thoughts here?
The only thing I can really, get out of this is like the Pontifex ban from Arrival. That's pretty indicative of them not wanting to go up against armor. And then when you add in the Prophecy Navy, you've banned out a lot of it. Unlike Shield, it's actually really, really difficult to field a good armor setup without Pontifexes and Maguses at the same time, just for the links thing that Misty was talking about earlier. So I kind of expect that at the very least, I would expect Brave to probably hopefully try either some kind of shield thing, or they're going to go for one of those like really battle cruiser heavy mid range things. Arrival, no idea. Maybe a battleship thing. I mean, we haven't seen any battleships yet. I know we're only 4 matches in, but these points do allow some very exciting battleship comps. Like we saw that the Lashak one, but we haven't seen any of those like really heavy battleship setups that we always see in feeders. So I'm
Yeah, well,
hoping
maybe
for
we'll
that.
see
We'll see what
one
happens.
in just 30 seconds or so. So let's head over to the arena for Brave Collective versus Arrival with Mod and Nova.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my excellent colleague Nova. We have a lot more missile setups for you today. We're going to probably keep seeing more of it. So Arrival choosing to go with a Ham Rush and Brave Newbies. Also, surprisingly enough, deciding to go with a Ham Rush. Nova, who will be the better knight sandwich?
We saw 5 squalls on grid right now. That is 2 more squalls than we saw in the last round. So this is going to be a lot of missiles flying everywhere from both teams.
Yeah, the interesting choice for me is that we see that Arrival is choosing to go for, that Tech 2 logistics here, whereas the Brave Newbies is going, a little bit more committed into their mid-core and downgrading for an Osprey here.
We can see this match with 2 rush comps is still operating a little bit more tactically than last time. They're not burning directly into each other so far. Right now, they're sort of holding ranges open a little bit, starting to try to apply electronic warfare effects. We do see the Loki from Hansy Babes from the Arrival team is webbing down this Nighthawk of Bruxo from Brave Collective. So they're doing a good job right now of keeping ranges open, sort of poking and seeing where there might be any weak areas from each other.
Yeah, it appears that the Caracal Navy of Leyden is going to be the initial dive here, and then the Jackdaw may try to get into the back line. But, this Caracal is actually just going to end up feeding, unfortunately. But now the rest of the battle has been joined. The Drake Navy will be primaried of Furious. I like the primary of the Drake Navy, but that Caracal went in way too early.
Absolutely. Navy Caracals like this have a habit of going down really, really quickly when it comes to rush comp versus rush comp. And both teams are now properly engaged on one another. The only ships really outside of it are the Scimitar and the Osprey, as well as the Bellicose from the Arrival team. At the moment, everyone's locked in combat. The Navy Drake of Star Racers is dropping into low armor. He's going to die very, very quickly from Arrival. Brave, meanwhile, their Nighthawk is also dropping, and he actually dies at the exact same time as this Navy Drake from Arrival. Arrival's taking a good early lead.
Yeah, I would definitely trade a Navy Drake for that Nighthawk all day, and these squalls in the bottom line, they're going to do 450 damage to you unheated, right? And, more squalls, more damage. It just seems like, just looking at the applied damage, it's definitely going in favor of Arrival. We're trading 1 squall for 1 squall. Some chip damage onto this Arrival Drake Navy issue of Furious now being a full-on primary, just kind of in the thick of things, trading out for a squall of Aiden.
Yes, indeed. Lots of squall-on-squall violence going on here as Arrival are taking down the second one of Brave Collective before moving on to their next target, which appears might be this Navy Caracal of Loose Mucus. Meanwhile, this Loki once again being incredibly useful for locking down ships a little bit in advance. Navy Drake is dropping into armor now, though. He's going to die relatively quickly, as Brave still do have a good amount of damage on grid, but their Navy Caracal is dropping almost just as quickly.
So I really, really like what me and Dazel are doing on the side of Arrival. So they've gone into Javelin range. They said, okay, you know what? We know we're an industrial. We have no HP, but we can still do a lot of damage. And if you look at the attack bar, we can see that has actually contributed significantly to Arrival being able to kind of snowball this out. And they're going to go for the Jackdaw. And again, very high damage, but low EHP ship. They're doing this very surgically, just running the calculators in their brains, knowing what's going to be the win condition.
They also have a decent amount of control still on grid. This Bellicose is really helping them apply damage to any of the targets from the Brave side with that bonus target painter. At the moment, it looks like the Navy Osprey of Arcosos is going to be the next to fall. And the question from here is once again going to become, what can Brave Collective kill, if anything, before this match runs out?
Yeah, might not be anything. Hansy Babes either deciding that they've won and it doesn't matter, or he's just completely burned out everything. Because he is at 0 speed MS, just sitting on top of Dujek at 0, as the Alligator is on top of him. But The Claymore now really trying to go after the Caracal, and you never like to see your alligator going down just as fast as a Caracal.
Yes, indeed. And this Loki is still very much in the thick of things, even if he's moving at 0. He's picking up speed again now. It looks like he wasn't burnt out on anything. He just didn't have anywhere to go. He was just applying damage as quickly as he could. He was well in range, being able to web down anything left from the Brave side. The Caracal of Jags might go down now, but he's trying to trade for this alligator. And lots of good damage coming out from the rival side still as Brave's attack bar continues to drop.
Yeah, in this case, I really just think that I liked the way that Rival played this one a bit more. They understand clearly the win conditions for how to do Hamrush versus Hamrush. I mean, it's a very, tried and tested setup. It's essentially the Alliance Open. So going back 3-4 years, it's been a staple of the tournament. But the introduction of Squalls has changed things up a little bit, and Rival just executing on that win condition better than Brave here, really sealing the deal for them.
Yeah, the Logi ship and the Osprey does fall down from the Brave Collective side, and I just definitely want to note once again the presence of the Loki in these Hamrush setups. Both this round and the last one, we saw the Loki from the winning side, the winning rush comp. We saw a autocannon rush earlier today that also did not have a Loki fielded, and they also fell down. They just weren't able to apply what they needed to, weren't able to lock down targets with that bonus ranged web. But meanwhile, this Loki of Hansi Babes has absolutely been running amok, holding down anything that needs to be held down for these Squalls and the rest of the bottom end to get right on top of.
Yeah, I mean, as we said earlier, I think we're going to continue to see a lot of Hamrush, a lot of these max threat, kind of compositions, again, really running these kind of Minmatar rush, these more situational comps. You need to figure out, what am I going to do against, Hamrush? What am I going to do against a max threat? Because these really are the archetypes that are very, very hard to ban out and don't show a lot of your theory or meta. Teams wanting to advance to the tournament, but if you're Rival, you don't want to show your hand too hard. But with that, we're going to send it back to the desk to break it down.
Well, there you have it. As they say, squalls well, it ends well. As a Rival take a pretty dominating victory over Brave Collective. When life gives you squalls, you must be in an Alliance tournament match because, oh boy, we're seeing a lot of them. I'm pretty sure it's got every winning match has had a squall so far. I know we're seeing a lot of them. So it'll be interesting to see if we start to see any squall bans later in the tournament. Mystical Mind, your thought on the squalls? Like is it the new dominant ship?
I think I've posted about 3 or 4 times now that more squall equals more good is what I think what we're seeing in the matches so far today. We saw that the 3 squall team in this one had, I think, hams, whereas the 2 squalls on the Brave side had rapid light missile launchers, which then also has its interplay of you have a burst of damage at the beginning with the rapid lights, and then it falls off while the ham damage is consistent and like 450 DPS per squall. So I think they're pretty good. Someone start banning them, please.
Yeah, there you have it. You can ban the squall. You're welcome to. I suspect there may be other ships that need to be banned as well, but it would be certainly interesting to see if someone attempts a squall ban at some point. Bart, another thing that we saw in that last match, pretty interesting. The Scimitar, he was moving really fast, but accelerating very slow. What was going on there?
Yeah, we're pretty sure, we're like 98% sure that it was a 100 min afterburner Scimitar, so overpropped afterburners, slow acceleration, but once they get going, they're very, very hard to hit, and they also don't have a signature bloom. So I think we're kind of seeing, over the years, the meta has evolved, and overpropping your ships makes them take a lot less damage from missiles. So the Scimitar was definitely prepared. I think they were ready to go up against either a long-range missile setup, in which case, you wouldn't have been able to kill the Scimitar with heavy missiles, or at the very least make sure that it was very, very difficult to tackle down. Ended up not mattering because the Scimitar was never even looked at. But something that I did notice is that the other difference is that both teams, while they were both fielding ham rushes, Brave did not bring a Tech 2 logistics. They brought a Tech 1, and there's a couple times where the Scimitar was able to keep ships up through pretty similar damage, and the Tech 1 logistics was not. So I think that might have been the difference. There's a few times where you could see that both ships were struggling, but one of the ships on arrival side were receiving more reps, and I think that kind of just ended up snowballing into oblivion. So pretty cool. Definitely scimitars are insane. Speaking about bans earlier, if you banned a squall and a scimitar, you would really screw over some of these comps. So any teams out there want some free chicken? I don't know if it's good free chicken. It could be terrible. It could be fierce chicken, but I'm just saying, try it out.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Bart. And Wingnut, any final thoughts on that last match there? I mean, we did see what looked like B2 rush comps, but we saw Arrival coming in at 50 kilometers. They heard the casters saying more range, more good as well. More squall, more range, more good. That seems to be the strat. Any thoughts there?
There's an extra little bit which probably doesn't apply as much, but it does give you a little extra step. If you're in a missile comp versus a missile comp, pulling away gives you more flight distance than they do, which means you can have a little gap there where you get to do some free damage, which can give you that little extra nudge towards victory. It's not, I don't think it made a big difference, but if you can extend that and just keep kiting that little bit, you can basically get like a free damage. Maybe you can kill a ship before they can even get to you in the exact same comp. So knowing when to rush and knowing when to pull away, even in a rush comp, can get you a win.
Yeah, I'm being told by Twitch chat that a kiting drone comp would beat these comps. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you beat the ham rush with the squalls. It is a kiting drone comp. The meta has been solved. Let's look at our next match. Is Unspoken Alliance versus Plug and Play. Who are they going to be banning? So Unspoken banning out the Orthrus and the Crucifier, and looks like Plug and Play banning out the Sleipnir and the Alligator. Mystical Mind, any thoughts?
I think the Crucifier ban is an interesting one. It is a fairly cheap frigate to bring, and it does mean that if you're bringing something like a Leshak, especially a single Leshak like we saw with Hull Control, you won't be able to do much on the grid due to the hard-capped range on Leshak weaponry, or Triglavian weaponry in general. The Orthrus, I don't know why we keep seeing the Orthrus ban. I think there's a lot of high DPS ships that are very good at applying to some of the lower end in comps these days that aren't limited by the need to reload after you've fired 20 missiles like rapid light missile launchers are. I guess it could also be something that they've seen frequently in testing that utilizes hams, and it may be a key component in some of the ham rushes that they've gone up against. But the Crucifier ban tells me that they want to bring something probably battleship size, that they don't want to have that reduced range and that inability to hit out at distance. Maybe they're expecting to go up against someone kiting, and they want to be able to apply damage to them.
Art, you agree with that? You were talking just before our last match about maybe we'll see some battleships soon. You think this might be a hot take by Mystical Might, or do you think he's bang on the money?
I think he's bang on the money. That doesn't necessarily mean the teams are going to be doing what we predict. A lot of times I feel like they do it on purpose, but also usually when they do the crazy stuff, they, well, we'll see. We'll see what they do. I do think that, the Sleipnir alligator ban for one team really does signal like they don't want to see a shield rush, but also they definitely left shield rush ships out. So, I'm expecting to see one of those like, haha, we pretended to ban the shield rush and then we brought a shield rush out. But yeah, I'm waiting for the battleship comps. I know that you can do double and triple battleship a lot easier in this format. It was terrible last year, but maybe it'll be really good this year. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, battleships, of course, take up a huge number of points. This year, you may have noticed that we have 200 points, 200, compared to 100 as previous ones. So the point granularity has been increased. It wasn't just a case of double everything, it was a lot more tweaking. There is twice as many uniquely pointed ships this year than ever before. So a lot more bespoke theory crafting for those of you in your theory crafting kitchens, cooking away, slaving over hot pythas, coming up with all sorts of wild and wonderful things for us to feast on in this arena of explosions. Basically, it's just things blew up. All right, I think we're ready to go to the arena for our next match. We have some new casters. We have Starfleet Commander and Nova for Unspoken Alliance versus Plug and Play.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Starfleet Commander, and I'm here with Nova, and we've got a match in front of us, don't we, Nova?
Yes, indeed. You wanted battleships? We have battleships. From the Unspoken Alliance side, we see a Balgorn, Navy Armageddon, and an Abaddon. It's a triple battleship core with some support on the low end. What are we seeing from the blue side, Starfleet Commander?
Plug and play Paladin, Navy, Armageddon, Redeemer, Magus, Ponti, the Thalia, and the Deacon combo, and a Maulus, and Skybreaker. I'm also seeing some big names on grid actually. DHB Wildcat as well, Marine, Rosager, some people that I know. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how the Balgun and the Paladin do fight each other, I think, in this match.
This is two triple battleship setups going against one another on very, very, very heavy armor. So we'll see how this one goes. Both teams are positioned a good ways away from each other, and they're burning in. At least the red team of Unspoken Alliance is starting the match by burning in towards this blue team of Plug and Play.
Some damage across the field onto Unspoken from the Mauluses, but it's definitely going to be a bit of a slow beginning, I think. There's kind of be a bit of positioning going on. The Balgon does have a nice projection of webs and newts as well, but the Paladin will definitely be projecting damage out first. But I really think, well, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a bit of damage coming down right now on the Redeemer, but I don't think it'll be anything to be too scared about right now until things really start getting locked down, you know?
Yeah, at the moment we're waiting really to see what happens with these Moluses from the low end of Plug and Play. If they're able to keep things damped down, able to keep range open, this Battleship core of Unspoken Alliance is going to have a hard time applying in. Meanwhile, their Malediction is starting to take some damage from Yasmin Yoon. That might be the first target, but it's really going to be need to be locked down at least before any damage is going to properly apply to it.
Yeah, we're seeing the Armageddon right now, going straight in of the red team. Nolex is going straight in right now, so we're going to start seeing damage come down quickly. Yes, he's now the primary right now for Pawn and Play, and the same likewise. I mean, I think Unspoken really need to get a primary going and start getting those newts running now. The sooner we get those newts running from Unspoken, the more effective they are throughout the entire game, and they're going to play a crucial role, I think.
Unspoken Alliance do seem to have chosen their primary as the Redeemer of Icer XX. He's locked down, Scram Grapple Web now. Newts are starting to come in, just on him though. So for the time being, Plug and Play are a little bit ahead in the damage race, but this one still has a ways to go. The control bar of Unspoken is massive, but it's almost equally so as Plug and Play's, so we will see. This Navy Armageddon from Nolks and from Unspoken is dropping down into low armor now, so we'll see. If he does get knocked down, it's going to be a massive key component gone from their comp.
I think they are piling everything onto him right now. They're just getting all the damage on him as possible. But on the reverse, Unspoken's Balgorn and the entire team is focusing on Icer in the Redeemer and newts and everything. I'm not too sure. I think it might be time to get rid of those newts get him on some, the Deacon and Thalia. As you can see, Unspoken's Deacon and both Deacons are being neuted, which is definitely affecting, as a Logic pilot, it does affect your ability to rep if you get the timing wrong for your injectors. As we see, Nox going into armor and the Deacon of Terahini going into armor, half armor as well. And this Armageddon is not going to be living for long, is he? No, he goes down.
Yeah, with that Armageddon going down, that's going to be a good amount of the control and some of the damage from the Unspoken Alliance team that is no longer on the field. But at the same time, they are knocking this Redeemer really, really low. If he does fall, we have a relatively even battle still going on. The Deacons do seem to be keeping things up for now, at least with one another, but they are heavily neuted. They're trying to move about. We'll see if Terhi Utama can stay up, but he really needs to in order for them to have a chance in this. But they are knocking this Redeemer into very, very low hull. Let's see if he falls.
It's so important. The Redeemer's about to go down. This is a thing with these armor comps. That, like you said, it's still not out of the game for Unspoken. They might be a battleship down. As the Redeemer does go down, the Deacons of Unspoken need to use this opportunity just to get each other up a bit, get some health up, as the Balgorn now of Jason is the primary for Plug and Play. We also are seeing now DHB Wildcat is now going to be the primary for Unspoken, so they're just both teams kind of just going for the battleships, and also the Punisher's taking a bit of damage. Do you think going for the battleships? Well, you kind of have to, I guess, don't you, Nova?
Yeah, at this point, I mean, they do need to eliminate some of this pressure, whether it's from the newts or from the damage itself. So, yeah, the team from Plug and Play do take away this Navy Armageddon, but the interesting thing is Unspoken were focusing all of their newt power onto that Redeemer, so it's going to take them a while to chew from the vast capacitor bank of this Navy Armageddon, this Paladin, if they're going for those next. Meanwhile, Plug and Play have been spreading those newts pretty much across most of the team from Unspoken, keeping that low end down. They're not really able to do too much to help, so they are just chewing away through this Balgorn of Jason Flamerad at the moment.
He's not breaking that. He's barely breaking / holding. I really think the longer this match goes on, the better for Unspoken, obviously for the newts. But the Deacon is dipping a bit low into armor, sorry. So they might be trying to split some damage here, which could be the right move. But then I'm also seeing Jason is still slowly dying. Bit of damage coming on the Vigil Fleet issue, but we're not seeing much going on the plug and play, do we? Unspoken aren't reapplying, as we see a Deacon now, a Thalia, sorry, in half armor. So probably if they get the Logifrigs down, this could be a huge play and they could bring it back.
Yeah, it does appear that the Thalia of Poonshroom is now scram-webbed, so we'll see if he does drop a speed a little bit lower, that transversal, he might be able to be tracked by some of the heavier damage coming in. Otherwise, drones can also apply to them. But at the moment, we do see the Balgorn of Jason Flemmerad dropping into low armor. These Deacons have been doing a good job of keeping one another up despite this newt pressure, but whether they can keep alive anything else from their battleship core, they need that in order to start trying to break through anything from plug and play.
I'm seeing the Balgon's about to go down. I'm not seeing any newts coming onto the battleships of Plug and Play, and this Balgon really needs to utilize his newts and as soon as possible and start to. He should have been doing it ages ago. Start to really pressure the battleships, the Paladin especially as well, to really pressure their capacitor because right now he's going into low armor. So.
It does look like he got the memo. We are seeing newts go down onto this Paladin, but they are very much immediately right on top of it with reps. Thalia and Deacon doing fine, despite that one potentially wrecking shot that came in earlier onto the Thalia and knocked him a little bit lower. No, the plug and play team is doing a great job of just slowly knocking down this Balgorn, keeping their control up on these Deacons. Any amount of reps that the Deacon, especially the one of the unpredictable fist, any reps that he spares in this Balgorn that might be dropping down here isn't going on to his other Deacon buddy who is also newted out, and the Balgorn does fall.
I mean, it's really swinging in Plug and Play's favour right now. They still have the Abaddon on Unspoken and the entire support wing. As the Deacon does go down for Unspoken, it's not looking too good for the Unspoken side. And it's sad to see because a team that I was actually looking out for. But Plug and Play, like you said, playing really well, keeping the pressure on, keeping the damage on, doing a bit of spreading damage we saw in the Deacon, didn't we? Because they had to choose, didn't they? Their Logifrigs on the Unspoken side had to choose a bit, you know?
Yeah, they were pressured really heavily from the get-go with those newts that had been spread across their team versus the newts from the Unspoken side that had been target firing down, first in the Redeemer and then took a while to truly apply onto that Paladin. Now we're just seeing the low end start to get properly... pretty much every electronic warfare module spread pretty evenly across their team at this point from Unspoken. The Abaddon seems to be the one thing that's, well, he's sitting there moving at 0. He's not moving at all, even. But
to get those otherwise, application on the battleship,
yeah, exactly.
That's what he needs to be doing. He's taking a bit of damage now. It's actually impressive how much of a wide spread of damage we have. We've got the Magus in structure. The Deacon's sort of taking damage as well. He's trying to rep out the Magus. The Armageddon's, the Abaddon's in armor. So's the Punisher. So's the Malediction. The damage is just all over the place, Nova, you know?
It's both all over the place, but a lot of it's coming down from drones as well that further taxes the ability of the singular Deacon to keep things up. At this point, he's going to drop down, and with that, there's no Logi left from Unspoken. So the question remains here is whether they can kill anything else themselves, acquire a few more points for their tiebreakers, but this one seems to be handily going in the way of plug and play after a really extended skirmish there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those matches where I do feel like the Balgorn, his newts weren't being utilised as much as he should have been, but Plug and Play really fantastic job trying to stress the Deacons on the Unspoken side, getting that nice newt pressure across the board, and obviously focusing some damage as well, and putting stress on a battleship's tank as well, and getting rid of that nanite paste that is in the repairers as the Pontifex goes down. Do you think, Nova, that Unspoken had a chance?
I do think they did have an opportunity at a few points there. I believe they did take down the Redeemer, if not before their own Navy Armageddon fell, at least in a similar time frame. The real difference there seemed to be where the newts were landing from the rest of the team. This Paladin was mostly untouched through most of the match, and themselves, they had Unspoken had heavily focused all of their newts onto just one target. Meanwhile, their entire bottom end had pretty much been neuted out, at least for the important things like the reps going in. Meanwhile, we've just been seeing these Molluses, for example, from the low end of plug and play, just casually moving around the edge of the arena, completely untouched, making it harder and harder for Unspoken to apply. We do see the battleship Abaddon of Robin fall now. Beautiful explosion on our screen, but at this point there's no DPS left from Unspoken. Don't think they can kill anything else. Their Malediction falls. Fleet Vigil's going to be next.
The Abaddon earlier on did try and get some transversal match on a Xavier Namor that's going to half armor, but I don't think nothing else is going to die. Orange in the Punisher is next to die, and well, congratulations to Unspoken and no, Plug and Play. Sorry, not Unspoken.
Yeah, as far as Unspoken's Punisher, no, he's locked down as well. He's not going to be able to kite around. He's not going to be able to go for any records. We just have a beautiful little explosion of this last frigate. But with that, we're going to be passing it along back to our analyst desks and run us through this armor control mirror match in some ways.
It looks like drivers were updated as it was indeed Plug and Play this time round, as Plug and Play takes a pretty convincing victory after a hard-fought match against Unspoken Alliance. Sextuple battleships in my Alliance tournament in the year 2024. What an interesting match. Wingnut, what jumps out at you? There's so much to talk about, but we have literally 3 minutes until the next match, so be quick.
I just want to say that the Baal I didn't like there. that was a great brawl, and the Maulers kind of forced it, but in the end, it was like, okay, you brought a Balgorn. Great. You spent, 56 points on a Balgorn. Great. Why? You could have just brought a Ged and did the same bloody thing, and got points to do more with your fleet. Like, the Balgorn is good, as Bart has said in the back end, when it was officer fit. If it's T2, it is trash. Just bring a Ged and do the same thing and get you more utility. You can get an extra smart bomb on there. You can put Logi drones on. You can have a bit more of a useful ship and get points back. The Baal is a waste of points.
The Baal is a waste of points. There you go. Thumbs up from Mystical Might. With that hard-hitting analysis, the Baal is a waste of points. We move on to our next match, Pandemic Horde versus Post-Pod Clarity. Let's take a quick look at the bans and see what these teams have chosen to outlaw for their matches. Bart, what are we seeing here? Looks like an Armageddon Navy and an Orthrus from Horde, and PPC with the Curse Loki bans.
Ooh, so I think this is the first curse ban we've seen, which was back in basically the last 3 tournaments has been one of the most powerful ships ever of all time. So that's every time I see a team ban a curse, it makes me think that the team actually knows what they're talking about and knows what they're doing. So that's a very exciting thing. Same thing with the Loki. Those are very, very powerful bans from Post Pod Clarity. Horde bans, I'm gonna say generic. I mean, I agree with Misty on Orthrus's, and Armageddon Navy Issues is kind of just it's such a good, I don't want to see an armored battleship comp ban because they're such a, they fit into everything. But I'm really like the Post Pod Clarity bans. That shows some wrinkles.
Show some wrinkles. All right, and Mystical Might, if you could summarize these bans in but one single word, how would you do it?
I'm betting on Horde.
That's not one word.
Horde.
Horde. All right, let's head over to the arena with Starfleet Commander and Nova once again for Pandemic Horde versus Post-Pod Clarity.
Welcome back. That was quick. I'm Starfleet Commander, still here with Nova. We had no time, did we, Nova?
No, not at all. That was a long match, the last one, but this one might be a little bit shorter. Pandemic Horde do seem to be bringing a pretty aggressive comp with 2 Fleet Cyclones, Scimitars Logi, Tengu carries for electronic warfare, triple Jackdaw. What are we seeing from Post-Pod Clarity?
Vindicator, double Sleipnir, Broadsword, 2 Sunnables, Moa, Skybreaker, Burst, Bantam. I think you're right. I think this game might be a bit quicker than the last one. I'm also interested in a little Tengu on the Pandemic Horde team. We've actually Vili on grid as well. Looks like he's going to be potentially FCing on their side. We're going to see definitely the Vindicator and Sleipnirs moving straight in. Post-Pod Clarity need to waste no time going straight towards the Pandemic Horde team as they did warp at 0. Do you think Pandemic Horde are going to go for probably something squishy, a Cinnable maybe?
Well, immediately Pandemic Horde are burning straight away. It looks like they're damping down. Yeah, it does seem that they're dual webbing Signables, both Signables of the Post-Pod Clarity team. The blue team did warp in at 0, so they are very clearly burning directly in towards that backline of Pandemic Horde. But so far, Pandemic Horde are doing a decent job of kiting around the arena. These webs are really helping them for the time being, at least stay away from this mostly autocannon rush here with this Vindicator as a tool to lock down something. But as of yet, he's too slow to get onto anything.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a difficult game for Post-Pod because they need to as you can see on the grid right now, the Horde team are doing really well, just moving away as a unit together, webbing off anything that comes close. Kama goes down in a Cinnaball as he was the first Cinnaball to go in. They obviously went for the Skybreaker, saw him come in, get rid of him off the field. I think the Cinnaballs will be the first things to die, because they're one of the quickest ships on PO's team, as we do to the Scimitar being locked down, and the damage is coming down on him. If they get the Logi off the field here, they could be in trouble.
Yes, indeed. We run into the classic scenario with, well, first of all, the Skybreaker from Post-Pod Clarity does go down, but the Scimitar is very hard locked down on the side of Pandemic Horde, and he is barely going to be able to stay alive here. They ran into the classic problem is they kited away very, very well and very quickly, but as they brushed up towards the edge of the arena, they can't risk boundarying, and at that point, when they had to turn, that's when the Scimitar got caught here from Pandemic Horde. They are still applying pretty well into the Cinnaball here from Post-Pod Clarity, but the Scimitar does fall. So the longer this match does go on, we'll see. I mean, it is just Tech 1 Logi frigates from Post-Pod Clarity, so they're not going to be doing that much of a big deal as far as keeping their own guys up, but it really depends here as to whether or not this Vindicator is able to lock down another critical target in time.
Well, P-Horde have just lost their Hyena, which is huge. That's application gone and long-range webs. So that really does open up for Post-Pod Clarity to get on top of sort of things. They could use the micro-jump beacons, which could be a play as a burst goes down for Post-Pod Clarity. I do think that Post-Pod Clarity could do this. They need to make a move now. The longer they wait, the worse it is. They do have, the Sleipnirs will have local tank. The Shield Vindicator, I guess we'll have some tank of some kind, but they're going to have to go in now as the Bantam does that. They are losing time fast in this match.
Yeah, they did manage to take a slight point advantage at the point at which where they did kill the Scimitar, but the entirety of the rest of the team of Pandemic Horde had made their way at least 60, 70 kilometers away from the Post-Pod Clarity team, and they need to be able to lock something down at 0 in order to be able to kill it with this autocannon setup. At the time, for the time being, Pandemic Horde are just shooting into this broadsword at the moment, and yeah, as he starts to fall, they're going to run into the issue very quickly of if nothing is immediately caught by the Vindicator, they will simply die.
It's looking like a losing match for Post-Pod Clarity as well. Obviously, the Maulus and Carey's damps probably they're not being applied right now. Actually, they are now back on to Captain 2, but like the damps will be reducing their targeting range to basically a minimum. But exactly what you said, as soon as they see me down, the Horde team went away as far as they could, get as max range as possible. As the Sleipnir dies very quickly, he is ASBing, but I don't think it'd be enough to tank he's got 2 charges. He's just on 2 or 3 charges, so he's going to get back a bit more shields and he'll die in a second here. But the Jackdaw is taking a bit of damage. They are just going in, and the Vindicator looks like it's trying to chase the Cyclone at the moment, but he has overshot it right now as the Sleipnir does almost die, but he's still holding on, living to win right now. Literally in what was 1% shields, not dying. He's like 2% structure. He might be going down now, and he goes down.
He finally does fall. For a moment there, the Tengu of Chosen One was caught, but it might have just been the carrot on the stick being dangled in front of this Vindicator and Sleipnir still from Post-Pod Clarity, giving them something to shoot at before they die one by one. At this point, we're just seeing some damage go on to the follow-up Sleipnir. They might be saving this Vindicator for last year.
I mean, the Tengu of Chosen One is going into armor. They might just be able to claw some points back, which is what they should be doing. They should definitely realize that for the Vindicator to lock everything down is going to be super hard on his own, and they have a Mur as well. So trying to just get these points, any old points, would be the best thing. As Sleipnir of Lord Servant goes onto the Tengu, so the Tengu should die, hopefully, before Lord goes down. He looks like he's going to go down into structure. But I do think well played to Pandemic Horde for their kiting. As soon as the Scimitar died, they realized, moved away, get that distance, and just make use of their long-range weapons.
Yeah, there was a moment there where I actually thought the Scimitar was going to boundary violate. He got very, very close to the edge of the arena, quickly realized he was going to do so, and then stopped. He was the only guy who was then caught from the Pandemic Horde side. He was definitely a priority target for Post-Pod Clarity. But the rest of the team, as well as the Scimitar, they did a good job of righting themselves at the boundary, turning around, getting a good deal of distance when the Scimitar was locked down. So now we're just watching the fireworks as this Jackdaw Core Fleet Cyclones start to knock down the MOA, then it'll end up being the Vindicator from Post-Pod Clarity.
I do think that Post-Pod Clarity, they were up against the wall at the beginning. Against this kind of comp, they have no option but to run in. The Cinnables did what they could, and the Broadsword, they did get the Scimitar, which was, like you said, definitely the top choice, top primary for post-war clarity. But as soon as you get the Scimitar locked down by one ship, the rest of your tackle ships need to waste no time and go and grab other things, which is what I think they didn't do, Nova.
Yes, exactly. It did seem to be a case of all the eggs in one basket, thinking, maybe these other ships from Pandemic Horde will stick around to try to bail the Scimitar out, something along the lines of that. But they did indeed need to find something else to lock down, because there was a dead zone of a solid minute there where they were doing pretty much 0 DPS, their attack bar negligible, as they were trying to find another target, but just way too far away from Pandemic Horde.
As the Vindicator is out on his own right now as the next primary, and obviously congratulations to Pandemic Horde on this match. Excellent flying, excellent spatial awareness across the whole team, and also flying really well in formation as well, which is sometimes very hard to do in the arena because it's so small. Like you said, the Scimitar, how far away did he get? Where's his...
He did burn a little bit back into the arena at one point, but I believe he was at least around 110 kilometers away from the center, with a good amount of velocity carrying him. So he was sort of starting to risk that boundary. The Vindicator is now dropping into structure. We're going to see if he has any structure tank as buffer.
He has... It was a bait. It's a structure tank Vindicator. I love it. Absolutely amazing.
This is often the case with Galente hulls. They are definitely made to have a lot of hull tank. You can fit them with the low slots as bulkheads to further buff up that hull tank. Sometimes if a team, especially one fielding missiles, for example, rapid lights, or rapid heavies, starts applying into a ship like that, they will find that they run out of their clip and end up on a reload cycle before being able to drop a ship like a priority target, like a Vindicator. So possibly they were hoping that would be the first target from the Pandemic Horde side, but Pandemic Horde nimbly dodged that by primarying those Cynoballs off grid.
Especially if the rest of the comp scream shield. We've got everything else to shield, so you put a couple of clips into, a couple of rounds into the Vindy, you're like, oh my god, he's dying, Nova. And then it's like, oh wait, he's not.
Yeah, I mean, note the size of these attack bars in comparison to previous matches. It's the Pandemic Horde team has, some attack bar there in comparison to, for example, like a heavy armor control comp in a lot of cases, but nowhere near the amount of a ham rush. So if they had really... Yeah, it's going to take a while to knock him down. I was watching as the shield was dropping, thinking to myself, that's going a little bit faster than I would expect if they were trying to somehow shield tank the Vindy. So, yeah, we just see this Vindicator, showing off that nice fancy hull tank, but he is going to fall here very soon. Oh, he does take a micro jump beacon, it looks like. He's out of there, and he's really milking his time in the arena, enjoying it.
No points for you.
There is only a minute left on the clock. If by some miracle he's able to continue to micro jump around, keep himself alive, but he is very, very low into hull at this point, just around 12%. So
he's burning back to the jump zone. He's going for it. Activate.
Oh, what a juke that would be.
He's burning straight for it right now. Go on.
And believe it or not, little things like this do matter with this tiebreak format.
He's going.
He might make this micro jump. Oh, he does get knocked down. That is it. And with that, we will be tossing it back to our analyst desks for some post-pod clarity.
Post-pod clarity, they're probably thinking with the wrong brains. I'm sure they're going to have much to think about after that match. Wingnut, I have to come to you in this one. You are what I believe is known in the business as a Vindicator enjoyer. Perhaps you could tell us, what the heck did we just see?
I was having an existential crisis in the back, going, why have they brought a shield Vindy? Why? And then I saw the hull tank. I was like, aha, I get exactly what they were going for. It didn't quite work. They were trying to bait people to shoot their Vindy because it's a shield Vindy. It's not going to be tanky. We can kill that really quickly. And by the time they get to the hull, it's too late. And they've hopefully killed enough targets. The other team did not do that. So they immediately got absolutely dumpstered for it. But I was losing my mind. Like, no, why would you bring a shield Vindy? It doesn't got enough mids for that. But, they had a plan. Admittedly, they had a plan. It's fine. Everything's fine.
It did not work, though. Wingnut, the plan did not work, as we just saw. The plan, whatever the plan was, it was the wrong plan. Mystical Might, hello. You, have you got more words than just Horde now?
I mean, do I need more words? I think Horde summarized it pretty well. I was panicking a little bit in the back when we saw Horde decide to primary the Skybreaker at the very beginning. It did its job of keeping the Skybreaker back. The Skybreaker is actually very quick to burn across the grid and get tackle on things. So it did a good job of keeping it back, but they stayed on it, I think, for a little bit too long and allowed their Scimitar to get tackled by both of those Cinnaballs that burned in. They thankfully swapped to the Cinnaballs when they should have, managed to clear those off the field, and then from there they just did an expert job of staying around the edges of the arena, making best use of their range, and not getting tackled.
Awesome. Mystical Clout Chaser Might there with an excellent take. All right, let's look forward to our next match now, which is Rote Kapelle versus Accept Your Fate. Blackbar Pirate, talk to me about these bands here.
All right. Well, Rote doesn't want to see that triple battleship versus triple battleship we just saw. I mean, that's the BANE and the Geddon. Those are the two big armor battleships we usually see. Nothing too crazy on that end, honestly. Like I don't think that those are great bands personally, but I do really like the Accept Your Fate bands. And apparently, Twitch thinks Accept Your Fate is a bunch of big losers, which we'll wait until we see what happens afterwards. Maybe question mark. But yeah, Scimitar Loki ban. I mean that just nears any shield rush. Like we've seen that the shield rushes without Lokis seem to just get crushed, and shield rushes with Lokis do a great job. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling some mid range here, but we've seen a lot of kite today, a lot of shield kite. So
yeah, we have. It's been quite
knows?
popular, and as you say, the Scimitar and the Loki being taken out certainly going to weaken that up. Wingnut, Abaddon and Geddon Navy bands here, kind of interesting. What do you think about them?
Geddon Navy we've seen enough times now. It's the all-around ship to remove. Abaddon is definitely curious because I could see other options there to ban that same idea, but the Abaddon's a very, very direct ban at something. I don't think I agree with it, but I like what they're going for, and I'm curious what they're banning it for. Are they banning it for the tank or the projection?
It does do a lot of both
know.
of those quite well. Famously, very hard to kill in Abaddon. Very, very chunky boy. And does get pretty good projection with Pulse. You load Scorch, and then you can just kind of reach out across the arena and touch most things. It is pretty powerful. The Geddon Navy, Misty, we've seen them have a bit of a resurgence in the last tournament or two after they got a buff. Is it worth a ban?
I would say it's a safe ban for teams that aren't too sure about what the meta is looking like and teams that are concerned about armor comps. It fits very well into most armor comps. It has the flexibility of different weapon systems. It has a little bit of a longer range newt, both of which compile to be a pretty dangerous ship to have on the grid because you can't really spec your comp to counter it completely. The Abaddon ban, I think, is fairly interesting. It is a high damage ship that we've seen in previous tournaments. I think in a comp that was called Providence, which was basically just Abaddon, Oracles, a bunch of other laser ships that did thousands of damage that you could not rep through, and they could hit out to like 80, 90 kilometers. So I can see where that perhaps is banned due to some of the practice tests that they've done. But I mean, I like both bans, to be honest.
Awesome. I see the teams landing on grid, so we're going to be ready to go over to them in just a moment. But we haven't really done any predictions. I know you're doing it out in Twitch chat. It looks like Rote Kapelle are the strong favorites here over Accept Your Fate. Almost twice as many points. And I see lots of Mademoiselles being spammed to support Rote Kapelle. Blackbird Pirate, quick predictions. Who do you think's taking this one?
I'm definitely going to have to go with Rote because everybody knows that, especially Twitch chat, that the Basilisk is in fact washed.
Well, hygiene is important, so I hope he is. Mystical Might, what's your prediction?
Disc, I've put my points on Accept Your Fate.
And Wingnut, what's yours?
I also put my points on Accept Your Fate as well, but for an entirely different reason. Good luck, boys.
All right, and with that, let's hand over to the arena with Moderator and Starfleet Commander.
Hello, I am Moderator joined by my colleague Starfleet Commander, and we're going to see a very similar kind of max threat mirror composition where teams are going to be bringing those mid-range armor turret ships and looking to play a little bit of control. These Vigilants, what do you make of them, Starfleet?
I think they're going to play quite an important role. Obviously, Rote Kapelle have got 2 of those, and obviously, Accept Your Fate, 1 Vigilant. But it's interesting, as you said, it's going to be very much down to, I think, piloting and also the primaries. What they're going to go for first. We've got 2 Deacons on Accept Your Fate, and we've got a Thalia and Deacon on Rote Kapelle. Do you feel like there's any outstanding targets for each teams?
Yeah, I think it's going to be whether or not these Vigilants can actually hold down, the Deacon, the Thalia. Again, they're usually very, very hard to hit. And shooting the kind of the low end, the Vexor, the Vigil, I like the primary of the Vigil. It's not going to have a great armor tank, and the target paints are going to be very helpful applying damage. Both sides actually choosing to go back to their respective tournament jump beacons. I really like that, in that it's going to be a positional control play, and that's kind of how you have to win these sort of things in an armor mirror.
I think so sometimes. Well, one team could go in if they wanted to, but like you said, I think going back to the beacons could be a good play. But we do see the Rote Kapelle team turning around and starting to move in a bit actually with Accept Your Fate just sort of bunching up on the beacons. They could jump as a unit, which does get some risk if someone gets bumped off or something. But both teams just posturing at the moment.
Yeah, their side of Accept Your Fate is doing a really good job at being disciplined and basically, stopping their ship. You want to basically set yourself to like 1 meter a second and go in the direction. And this is something that they'll have practiced before. They're going to have to realign themselves, make sure that they all jump as one unit if they do decide to go in. But Rote Kapelle themselves really not deciding exactly what they want to do just yet. They're still staying rather non-committal, just doing some kind of chip damage at each other's shields right now at those kind of Aurora max range. But now Rote Kapelle deciding to come in just a little bit.
I think they've realised that. I think Rote Kapelle, if it comes to a brawl, I think Rote Kapelle have the slight advantage.
And you're going to see a micro jump drive spool right now. Sorry to interrupt. In the backline from Accept Your Fate, they will be diving onto the backline. Everyone gets it at the same time.
And that was actually a really perfect jump drive. They all kind of go at the same time. The damage will start to now land immediately fast. I'm sure Rote Kapelle did notice that. With the Vexor, I think, is going to be the target, I think, at the moment. We see damage on Murray on the Harbinger Navy issue. The Vigilant of Frank. Rote Kapelle noticed that the Vigilant is a massive threat to their Logifrigs, and they're going to try and get him down ASAP.
Yeah, I really like that call there. The Vigilant getting held down by the Astarte of Kivit. Killing the Vigilant first, it's going to be probably one of the weakest tank, but again, very high damage. And they're going to trade Vigilant possibly for Brutix Navy issue. Man, if they can get this Vigilant down pretty quickly, I'm liking that Rote is doing a good job of getting those Logi drones on very quickly. Accept Your Fate doing the same. It seems like the Vigilant is holding for now, but that might change as the Rote side is able to close and swap to higher range ammo.
Excellent piloting by the Vigil pilots from Rote Kapelle. Webs on both Deacons. So I reckon we're going to see a swap to a Deacon in a second here. As we do, Neo is going to be the primary. A fantastic play from Rote Kapelle to get him down. That could be a great win condition. They should switch back to the Vigilant, I think, get those webs down, secure their Logifrigs, as Costis or the Deacon is now secondary, the next primary for the Rote Kapelle team. Fantastic piloting by the Rote Kapelle Vigilants, just going around as a pincer movement, literally from both sides, left and right, coming around, going straight in and getting those webs.
Yeah, I mean, once you get 90% web down by a Vigilant, that's going to be one of the only things that really is going to be able to lock down these tiny signature Thalia Deacon. And with that Vigilant not having any more reps, right, I'm really saying that Accept Your Fate's going to be on the back foot. Yeah, they might kill the Brutix Navy issue here, but they're going to lose their Vigilant and they're going to lose the rest of their Logi a lot quicker. They're not going to have a Vigilant of their own to web things down. I think Rote snowballs it.
Oh, 100%. I think these sort of kind of mirroring matchup, kind of very similar comps, but they have like a couple of small differences, and it always comes down to like that perfect execution, just getting that damage switch, getting the Deacon down. Khan does go down the Brutus Navy issue, traded for a Bellicose, but like you said, I do think it's going to be, that'll probably be the last ship that goes down for the Rote team, as Alex and the Vexor is the next primary.
Yeah, I mean, look at the attack bars. They're not really putting on that much right now, but the Rote one is just a little bit edging out the Accept Your Fate, seeing that you've lost Navy Brutix for Vigilant, and Rote Kapelle is just continuing to do more damage than the other side. the Vexer is going to drop down of Alex Grardex. Wouldn't be surprised if he's next. The side of Acceptor Fate will go for Murray Rothbardo, who is actually dropping rather quickly.
He is taking a lot of damage. I'm just thinking about this micro jump drive from them. I'm not too sure. It's a risky move to do. I mean, kudos to doing it, but it's such a. I think maybe moving in slowly would have been a better option. But Murray is in half armor as the Vexer does go down. Obviously, there are no reps left on the Acceptor Fates or whatever they primary will go down. Good choice to try and get Murray down. You can see the pressure just those 4 battle cruisers really put on Murray in terms of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, that said, though, the Basilisk will be the primary, and look how much damage he's taking. Again, no logistics to support him, going down faster than Murray is going down. Murray actually almost stabilizing a little bit at this point. The Vigil did take some chip damage, but again, if you can't break the Deacon and the Thalia that are going to be doing essentially, Oneros level of repping, I mean, good luck breaking through anything when you've only got 3 battle cruisers left.
They're trying to go for the Vigil because it's actually quite far away right now. Obviously, Basilisk goes down, the British Navy issue. Good trying to get the Vigil down, try and get some points. That's kind of what they should be doing right now. I think you're right. I don't think Murray will break at all now. The rep should sort of. I keep saying that, but he is slowly dying. Maybe he will die.
He may very well die, but look at how much life My Epic has lost. Unfortunately, we see that the ticker of that alliance is accepting their fate. They may have to accept the fact that they're going to have to go through, and beat their other opponent. I mean, being down 1-0, if they lose another match in their pool, they are out of the tournament. And for a team that came in 6th place last year, you would think that they would at least qualify for this year's event, but they're going to be on the back foot going forward.
I think they're going to have to bring out some other comps potentially, but I don't think they particularly flew as well. I think this was a difficult matchup for them. Definitely having one less Vigilant is definitely a disadvantage, but I think Rote played it really well. As Murray is in structure, I think he's going to stabilize now. The Vigil, is in low armor as well. I think it's just some drones, some acolytes on him right now that are just getting him ticking him down. Good fights and local from the teams at the moment. Yeah, good partying on the Rote team, right?
Yeah, I'm genuinely impressed. We haven't seen a ton of Vigil kind of in some of these legacy max threat setups, but I think more and more teams are realizing that you really need something that can lock down these frigate logi as that setup and composition has evolved. And Rote really seizing upon the opportunity. They knew that one of their vigilants might get held down, but the second one was able to do it. And when you get, 1 or 2 90% webs, and you just completely shut down the ability of, those ships to mitigate and kill them, Rote just knew what their win condition was and executed on it near perfectly.
Yeah, I completely agree. The Vigil playing, obviously the Vigilance playing a key role, but the Vigil playing an absolute important role in the comp to get that damage to apply. Fantastic piloting from Miner and Arcade D in both Vigilance, getting those webs locked down on the Deacon and securing the first blood on their side. And actually, I think definitely securing the match, just getting that ahead. And as we see Varian dying in the Absolution, we'll take it back to the studio.
Accept your fate. Saw the dub in the contract and rushed in, clicking accept, but it was unfortunately set to you will pay. They drop here to Rote Kapelle in a bit of an interesting semi-mirror matchup there. Mystical Might, we saw a Team MGD play from experienced tournament team, but they only had 5 DPS ships in their comp. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think that we were agreed that the MGD play is cool to see, and it definitely has its place in the tournament. But the other team managed to read the play coming in. So Rote Kapelle pulled themselves back, stayed outside of that 100-kilometer band. So whenever the Accept Your Fate team MJD'd in, they were always going to be at range, allowing Rote to burn in and try and get some control over their ships as they started to push in towards the Rote Kapelle team. I think that there were perhaps better comps that they could have brought that made use of more DPS ships and perhaps less utility. They didn't use their utility very well, I think. The 2 Newting Vexers that they had could have made a significant difference in the match. If you put one of the Vexes on each of the Vigilants, you prevent them from getting onto your Deacons, and you also prevent them from doing damage by running your newts constantly. But we didn't see that come out from them. We saw them chase after some battle cruisers, and they went for the tankiest ship that they could. So, it all kind of just fell apart with the game plan, not necessarily the comp that they brought, but more damage is good. So they could have done that too.
Yeah, I mean, Rote Kapelle is a very experienced tournament team. Always been definitely one of the gatekeepers of the upper bracket. And of course, Accept Your Fate last year had a pretty good run, finishing top 6 in Alliance Tournament 19. So they are by no means tournament slouches either. This will certainly be an interesting position for them. I think that was a bit of an upset, to be fair, and we'll see if they can come back fighting for their next match later on. But before that, we have many more matches to see. Our next one actually is going to be the Ancients versus Slow Children at Play. And let's take a quick look at the bans for that one. So the Ancients banning out the BANE and the Loki. So big, heavy projection DPS battleship and those bonus webs from the Loki being banned out there. And of course, the classic curse ban from Slow Children at Play. Don't want to see that powerful E-War platform. And they're also banning out the Hyena. Very, very good E-War frigate that can support a lot of kiting comps as well as brawl comps. You really slow things down from a long way away. But how will these bans work? Will the team on one side win against the team on the other side? Probably, because that's how this works. But we will find out as we go to the arena for the Ancients versus Slow Children at Play.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Starfleet Commander here with Moderator. And on grid right now, we have some lovely Sleipnirs at 0 from the Slow Children at Play. And this is definitely going to be a little bit of a rush against a very similar comp that we saw earlier on. Obviously, just replace the Omen Navy issues with the Vexes from the other comp. But an Aneros as well from the Ancients. What do you feel like the first port of call is here more?
Well, I was almost being stun-locked by that Spiteful, not quite being there just yet, but we do have the full teams on each side, showing up now. And what will be interesting to see is how this side of the Slow Children at Play really use those Cinnables, right? We saw that in the previous match, they had been used to kind of get onto the backline. We'll see if they use their momentum to really get on top of this Oneros. I really like, though, the use of this kind of max threat where you bring the Omens, right, and the Mauler in the low side of things, and you just fully commit to the doing more damage than your opponents at.
As the match is underway, we're definitely going to see, yeah, exactly, the entirety of the Sleipnirs and the team are going in. The symbol of Fisk absolutely diving in is the primary from the Ancients. He has to go in, they have to go and get tackled, they have to get some damage. Third primary, the Maulus. Interesting choice of primary there. Getting the damps off the field. I'm not too sure, maybe a DPS target would have been better, More. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that you can kind of go either way. It looks like the drones are really what's get on top of the malls and the Spiteful. I think it's worth it to do that while the rest of your team goes on to Hisu Lee of that Brutix Navy issue. I mean, look how fast he's going down. And you trade out a Cinnable for that, I think it's pretty worth it.
It's definitely worth it. And also, yeah, splitting the reps as well. They're nearest is going to be struggling to keep everything down as the Maulus does go down, which is just an extra thing to die from the drones and the Brutix Navy if she goes down. So fantastic trade, Cinnable for Maulus and Navy Brutix. Ferox is now the primary for the Ancients, but the Omen Navy issue will be the next target. I mean, the damage of these Sleipnirs at 0, the 2 Sleipnirs and Hurricane Fleet issue on them on their own is enough damage to break these things, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, though, that these ships from the side of the Ancients are starting to do a good job at really spreading themselves out. So the issue of being, against a Minmatar rush setup is that you don't want your ships all clustered up against each other, right? You want to use your long-range turrets and kind of be in like a sphere around them, force the ships that have little range to kind of come to you. But, it seems like the Harbinger Navy issue basically got himself caught down by the Sleipnir and Cinnable on top of him at 0. Oneros doing his level best to try to rep things, but I mean, the Ancients have lost a lot of damage in that Navy Brutix and the Omen already. If they lose a Navy Harbinger, it might be too little too late. Alien is the primary and still holding rather well.
The rogue in the burst, sorry, is now the primary. They're switching down, trying to get him down. They've noticed that he's coming a bit too close. Definitely the right call to get some of the Logi down, try and get him down as the Harbinger Navy issue does go down. It's not looking too good here for the Ancients. They're going to have to try and go for a Logifrig, go for something smaller. They won't be able to break the Focus Navy issue, I don't think. They don't have enough damage. The Maulers is taking damage from the drones. The Mauler's now the primary as well. The Aneris, like you said, is doing his best, but the Mauler's still going to die. The damage is just too much.
Okay, so you kill the burst, now maybe you can kill the scalpel, but like, yeah, you have to be able to run away from things. And, their name is Slow Children at Play, but they brought a rush setup, right? So the Cinnabal and these Hurricane Fleet issues, these Sleipnirs are all very, very fast ships. They're doing a good job at getting tackle on things. The Onero's now held down, getting absolutely chunked through. Really good job on that Spipal and the Cinnabal being, in the propulsion mode, getting on top of him. And look, he just evaporates. So I think it's very much over for their side now. I mean, the Barracks Navy issue has stabilized. The Omen is getting, locked down and is taking a ton of damage. Maulus is scrammed. It's pretty over at this point.
It's a shame because Freya in the Prophecy Navy issue and the Harbinger of Karen are actually both positioned really nicely. They're both positioned far away from the brawl that was going on. The Aneros is actually right in the center, which is where he shouldn't be. He immediately, as you said, just evaporated in under 10 seconds because the damage was so fast on him. Yeah, there's no real. I mean, the Ancients doing their best as something else. The scalpel just gets deleted as well off the grid. Trying to get some points and clawing some points back. The Prophecy Navy issue is going to be the first to die of the two of the Ancients. Do you feel that the Ancients called it right? Did they go for the right target immediately?
I mean, I think that the right call was going after the Cinnabal, right? Because as the match goes longer and longer, you really want to get rid of anything that can get on top of you. But at some point, I think you have to start going on to the Hurricane Fleet issue, the next fastest ship, try to get some of these other, more mobile ships to prevent you from getting caught, maybe a Spipal. But at Ancients, you really have to, when you commit onto, those control ships in the Maulus, and you're like, oh, we're facing a rush setup. It's like, I feel like you almost waste some of the points there. You don't have the ships that could have been on the low end of screen. But I mean, Mauluses provide a lot of utility. They get brought for a reason. They get banned a lot for a reason.
It's also like Navy Harbingers into Sleipnirs are kind of not too great as well, just due to the damage lock that the Navy Harbingers have and the natural resistances that the Sleipnirs have. As we see Karen Thor, the last Harbinger Navy issue on the Ancient side before he goes down. But fantastic piloting from Slow Children at Play. And exactly what you said. They're not slow, are they?
No, they were, rather rapid at taking out the other side. I mean, it took them only 5 minutes to win this match. And we'll send it back to the desk as this ship does finally blow up to really break down what went wrong for the side of the Ancients.
The Boomers versus the Zoomers, and in this case, the Slow Children at Play took the victory over the Ancients in quite a commanding fashion, it must be said. Just all-round good execution, to be straight up. Good target calling, good tackle work. I know there was some chat in the production channel as well. We were watching that match. Bart, do you want to maybe call out a little bit of the target calling and tackle work from Slow Children here?
Yeah, so Slow Children actually just did a fantastic job of getting all of their ships into range really, really quickly and getting all of the opposing ships, not all of them, but they got like 4 or 5 of them tackled. And we actually saw this same setup happen earlier today with Odin's Call versus Evasive Maneuvering. Well, it wasn't Odin's Call. As whoever was against Evasive Maneuvering. We're already 8 matches in, so I can't be expected to remember it. Nah, but there was just really, really good tackle work from Slow Children at Play. And also, you could tell that they knew exactly what the order of the ships that they were going to target was, because as soon as that Brutix goes down, they're immediately on the next target. As soon as that target goes down, they're immediately on the next target. The DPS rush it never stopped. And the big difference that we saw there is that, I'm not going to say that the Ancients flew poorly, because that's definitely not fair. They got rushed down by some of the fastest ships in the game. They weren't really able to get away and spread out enough, so that as soon as the first ship went down, as soon as that Navy Brutix went down, there were 3 other targets literally tackled directly on top of the Navy Brutix. If they had starbursted out, it could have saved them. I will say the Ancients, they did a great job killing the Cinnabal. Cinnabals are very, very, very fast, but they also die quickly. But I mean, they got the one ship down, and after that, it was just too late for them.
Yeah, so just all around good execution by Slow Chosen at play there. Shout out to the Ancients. Kiakte runs Fun Inc. Even Better with Friends. They're a pretty open and fun MPSI group. Highly recommend checking them out on TQ. Just good bunch of dudes. Now, speaking of good bunch of dudes, we have two teams coming up. Test Alliance Please Ignore versus Goonswarm Federation. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I haven't really heard of this Goonswarm Federation before. I don't really know much about them. I don't think they have a big presence on TQ. So maybe let's head over to their spokesperson and learn a little bit more about this alliance.
We're only Goonswarm after all, don't put the hate on them.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brisk Rubol, and I am the spokesman for the Goonswarm Federation Alliance Tournament team. Based in Fortress Delve, we are one of the most storied alliances in the history of EVE Online, having participated in almost a dozen ATs since 2005. Our team, led by Dirk and Azure, has a core of newer AT players and is looking forward to... Wait, what? My name is Fountain Frank, and I'm the actual spokesman for the Goonswarm Federation. Everybody knows this. Okay, what am I supposed to say here? Answer questions? Where are the questions? Where does your alliance live? Delve, duh. Does it focus on any activity? We lose a lot of really big ships. That's mainly what we do. How many times has your alliance competed in the AT before? I have no idea. How many ATs have there been? 20? 420. Who do you think will win the tournament? This is the Alliance Tournament. We're all winners here. Why should people cheer for your team? Because I said so. Is that it? Am I done? Am I done? All right. My job is easy. Sorry about that, everybody. Frank just can't help himself. As I was saying, Goons are proud to be a part of AT20, and our team is sponsored by KarmaFleet. Good luck to all our competitors, and let's get out there and win one for Num Nom.
Yeah, thanks, Brisk. Thanks, Fountain Frank. I do believe the rule said you had to submit one spokesperson, so I think that does mean that Goonswarm Federation are sadly disqualified from the Alliance tournament at this point, which is a real shame. I'm sure they were going to have a deep run this time, as they always claim to. But yeah, we can just skip this next match. But in case we can't, let's take a look at the bans and see who Goons are choosing to ban. It looks like it's an Armageddon Navy issue and a Celestis from Goonswarm Federation. And Test Alliance, please ignore banning out the Loki and the Sleipnir. Mystical Might, thoughts on bans?
Well, I mean, just looking at the bans, I do think that Test is next to win a match in this alliance tournament feeders. They've banned the Loki and the Sleipnir. I think two extremely strong Rush ships. We've seen Rush a couple times in this tournament already. We've seen it do very well in this tournament already. Whereas I think that the Goon bans are just more of the generic, the Armageddon Navy issue, because it's a strong armor baseline ship. The Celestis is fairly interesting. Again, I think it feeds into a little bit about the practice partners that different teams have. So if your practice partner leans on the Celestis a lot, brings those damps to your matches, it's something that you may end up banning, but other teams may not actually be using the Celestis much in any of their comps. So it'll be interesting to see what Goons bring that the Celestis would be one of the linchpin ships against it. But it tells me that they don't want to be looking at, long-range damps. They want to be able to project damage, most likely, or at least be able to quickly lock up different ships with their logistics, probably frigates.
Yeah, Wigna, any other thoughts on this? The Celestis ban is an interesting one. It was described by Bart in our tournament chat using the Kek W emoji. So what's your thoughts on it?
I think, kind of following what Missy said, it's kind of a personal ban. They've had a scrim or a match or an idea, and they think this ship is ruining it. I don't know why yet. I'm only going to find that out in hindsight. But they don't like this ship. The question is going to be why.
Yeah, I mean, the question was always why. We always want to know why you don't like these ships. The Loki ban, I think, is a strong ban. I think we're going to see this over and over again throughout this tournament. It's the linchpin for that Nighthawk Ham comp, which did so well in the Alliance Open. It's kind of opened back up in this Squalliance tournament that we potentially might be seeing. So it's a pretty solid ban. I think Misty has it right when he said that the Goon bans feel a little bit more what's the word? I guess wishy-washy. Bart, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I do have final thoughts, but not about the bans. But I can't really spoiler it, so I mean, it's just let's just say we'll see some weird stuff in the next one. Is what my prediction is.
Yeah. I just looked.
I don't know though. I think honestly, I kind of want to see Test win. They've been having a little bit of a struggle for years now, and it'd be kind of cool to see it. But we'll definitely see what happens in a second. But sorry, my brain is short circuiting from what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, years might be an understatement. All right, so as we get ready to hand it over to the arena for this match between Goonswarm Federation and Test Alliance, please ignore. Just quick shout out to perennial CSM rep and nominate from Goonswarm Federation, who sadly lost his battle with cancer very recently. So Goons, I hope you win this one for Nom. All right, let's hand this one over to the arena.
Hello, I'm moderator, joined once again by my excellent colleague for a showdown between Goons and Test. Test maybe not quite the alliance they were once back in the day on Tranquility, but still, you always like to see some of these big grudge matches. So we see Goonswarm bringing in a very maximum max threat composition, and Test Alliance, please ignore, bringing a Talos and a Naga. That is unusual, Starfleet. Maybe not having Starfleet commander quite on the microphone at the moment. However, the match is starting. Goonswarm Federation already deciding that they're going to be getting shot at in the Skybreaker, getting taken down, and maybe that could be the mid-range ammo we see from the Naga and the Talos, putting good damage into that. And now on to the Omen Navy issue.
I have to apologise there, my microphone didn't actually turn on. I'm so sorry, so I was talking to absolutely nobody. The Skybreaker dies of Goonswarm Federation. I was going to point out the Brave Prophecy Navy issue was at 0, and the Omen Navy issue does die immediately. I have to apologise, I'm being shouted at in the chats.
Well, I'm no longer the moderator. The Vigilant now being the primary, being how just effective the Vigilant had been in the previous matches. I like the call. However, Pimp Slap, what an excellent username. Continuing to be chipped at in the backline by some of this more long-range ammo. Burning through a few of those ancillary shield boost charges. Looks like he's running out. And once that falls, the side of Test will no longer have any sort of logistics. The Cinnable, however, getting down very, very low into armor. Armor Cinnable, not something we see a lot on either Tranquility or the tournament.
Now this is interesting. The Scimitar does go down for Test Alliance, and they're doing a fantastic job staying far away, but that's a huge loss for the Test team. But obviously the Navy Omen are dead, the Cinnable's dead, the Skybreaker's dead, the Vigilant's dying. Do you think Goonswarm can pull this back, moderator?
You know what? I think they might have lost too much damage once this Vigilant goes down. Yes, you're going after, Laser Clear in the Naga. You'd want to kill, of course, Talos, who would be happily pumping over 1,000, damage if he's on top of someone at, void range. And look at how fast the Harbinger Navy, though, with Lord Jackson is just absolutely getting chunked, right? So
damage is coming down so fast, and the reps, he's so far behind. Rhea in the Deacon is too far behind. He's not going to be in optimal range. He's probably coming in a bit now to get the reps on, but like you said, the damage is landing so fast. But the Talos goes into structure. They are just paper at this point, aren't they, moderator? Lots of damage, no tank.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you do have to be careful of, and you hope you get a little bit of experience at in practice, is you cannot outrun your frigate Lungi. You might have the mobility, but if you get too far ahead of these frigates that, are oftentimes going to be a 10-man ship, you're going to be in trouble. So now he's slowed down, caught up with his buddies, getting some reps, and now XX in the Vigilant going down. Again, Shield Vigilant, not very tanky either, only 4 mid-slots, and he's taking a lot of damage.
I won't count them out that just yet. Goonswarm Harbinger Navy issue, pulling it back now. There is damage coming down on the Deacon, but without the Vigilant webs near him, he should tank quite comfortably, being Afterburner. The Vigilant of Pax about to go into, well, he's about to go down actually. I mean, they could bring this back.
Yeah, at this point, you would think that Solyaris and the Ferox Navy issue, they're going to have to commit, right, to really win this DPS race. You can't continue to sit, at max range, I know you were already in your rails, but you're going to have to close and try to punch through the armor reps. You can't be shooting mid to long range ammo.
I mean, what a game we have. But I do think you're right. They had to commit, get those webs on, and get those Deacon and Thalia down. Otherwise, the longer the game goes on, the longer they get whittled away, the less DPS they have at the end of the game, and the more likely that the Harbinger Navy issue and the Brutix Navy issue will just start to tank. Or even if they don't tank, they'll sort of bleed slowly to the point where you might start losing, too much DPS. So the Ferrex Navy issue is the next primary. If the Ferrex Navy issue goes down, I think they're in a real problem here. The Brutus Navy issue is dying, so he needs to think about wasting as much time as possible and staying alive for as long as possible.
Yeah, so you see Austin before in the Jaguar is really trying to get a web on that Brutix Navy issue. He does now overshoot, but I don't know if he's got a web or just a scram. But I'd really like to see him get on top of the Thalia or the Deacon. Like, yes, you're going to hold down the Brutix Navy issue, and that does help. But once it goes down, you really need to punch through some of the Frigology here if you're going to try to win a DPS race.
I'm not seeing. Yeah, I didn't see any scram or web come off. Oh, I saw a web. I saw a web come off from him, so I think he has got a web at the end there. But to be honest, the Ferrex Navy issue in armor, they've still got to go through a Prophecy Navy issue, an Astarte, and a Harbinger Navy issue. That's a decent amount of EHP that they have on the side of Goonswarm Federation, which you can see on the defense bar on the screen in front of you as the Ferrex is in structure. This is huge. If they get the Ferrex Navy issue down, they could get the Moa down. That's probably enough DPS for them to tank.
Yeah, I'm really liking the situation that Goonswarm is in as the match goes longer, right? You still have your command ships, right? You'll still have those links. Whereas Test, they're about to lose this Navy Ferox. The Talos, the Naga, they never had links to begin with. You can't fit those on those formerly called, Tier 3 battle cruisers. Harbinger Navy issue still getting primaried. Now we see some damage onto the Thalia. Jaguar of Austin really just burning past everything. I mean, you're a Jaguar. Get on top of something, hold it down.
Yeah, I really think they missed a beat here. As you mentioned earlier, to lock down, they've lost their Logi, go in, secure those Logi frigs to be killed, because right now it is biting them towards the end of the game now, having to, chew through the Harbinger Navy issue, which it is dying now. It's interesting, the Ferrex Navy issue isn't dying anymore. He's sort of going back up to full HP at the moment in his shields.
He'd been able to get away, and he had an ancillary shield booster, it looks like. It makes sense. He would have the fitting space to do that. He was able to reload and apply those charges, and maybe Lord Jackson might actually die. If Kiramati and him go down at the same time, it still does favor Goonswarm, but that would be points in Test's favor a little bit to try to keep things relevant. We do only have 3.5 minutes, so that is to become very relevant.
I mean, the Ferrex Navy issue does go down, but you're right, he is bleeding into structure. Moa is now the next primary, which I think is the correct call. Get him down. He's really close as well. Just get as much damage on him and get him down. I do think Lord will die in the Harbinger Navy issue. As he lives, he's living to win right now. Literally having his DPS on grid is gonna save him as he does go down. But the Moa into low shield is gonna go into armor soon, and he's not gonna be long for this world. If they get the Moa down, I think that's it. I think they're going to tank.
Yeah, and the Mo is very, very close to this Prophecy Navy issue, and this Astarte who are, pouring damage on top of him. He's down into hull, and he's going to die rather shortly. It would appear that the Jaguar has been trying to hold down this Thalia just with the web, but it's not enough. I mean, Solyaris is maybe a little bit too close to track in the Phantasm, just not able to apply damage. You really have to practice this transversal matching. The Moa does go down. That's a lot of damage they'll lose here.
Yeah, I really think they just missed the beat. They should have gone for the Logi frigs. But amazing job from Goonswarm, just sort of not give up as well. To keep going through, and Test obviously still trying to get some damage down. But you can see the Thalia taking a bit of damage now, and even with the ships left, you can still see the damage is pretty high. Even with just the Hurricane Fleet issue and the Phantasm, they still have a decent amount of damage. The Thalia into half armor. Imagine if they did this earlier on. They should have gone for that immediately, do you think, afterwards? After their simi loss, do you think they should have gone for the Logi frigs immediately?
I mean, yeah, I think after that, they had to have some sort of a contingency plan where they really do that. I mean, we can see the Thalia take a good chunk of damage. That's going to be Solyaris. Every so often those 720 artillery are going to cycle. We see it right there, and they hit really hard. But, I mean, Solyaris is getting really, really low into shields, getting applied on by that Prophecy Navy of Zoan, and Dark Steel now getting in range to do even more damage. I think it's too little too late. They recognize they do need to kill the Thalia, but I mean, one Phantasm, one Hurricane Fleet issue isn't going to do it.
Yeah, the Jaguar just sitting on top right now of the Deacon and webbing him, so the Hurricane should really switch to the Deacon, or the Jaguar should go to the Thalia, get him webbed so he can get some volleys down. They are splitting up a bit, the Logifrigs, and they are burning straight towards the Hurricane Fleet issues. So watch out the Thalia for your transversal, my friend. That might be a bit spooky for him. The Phantasm is obviously miles away, trying to just apply as much damage as possible with Solyaris in low armor. With 1 minute remaining, their points are, well, obviously in Goonswarm's favour. I do think they're going to take this one. A nice little jump we saw right there, but I think this might be too little too late for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would have to figure out how they're going to kill Thalia and the Deacon with Solyaris now jumping away. He's going to be out of range of, I mean, pretty much everything at this point. Interestingly enough, this Jaguar does not appear to have any guns. So no autocannons, no artillery. And that's why we're seeing a lot of damage just simply not being applied to either the Deacon or the Thalia. Kind of an interesting situation. He simply might just be out of fitting, but autocannons being known for being very, very easy to fit.
And also, I'm noticing the Phantasm obviously staying pretty far away, and now going into damage. He should have been probably a bit closer because he's quite good at mitigating a lot of damage. The Hurricane Fleet issue into structure with 5 seconds on the clock. Will he die before the clock runs out? No, he won't. That goes, well, congratulations to Goonswarm Federation for the win. And with that, we'll get it back to the desk for them to break it down.
Well, that was one of the matches of all time. Goons lost, but Test lost more. So Goons take the technical victory there. Not really sure what we just watched. That was certainly something. I have seen it described as, AI versus AI. But nonetheless, someone did bring the fabled Talos Naga Phantasm Bellicose Jag Moa comp. Finally, we have reached peak performance in.
We knew it was coming, right?
All it took us 20 tournaments before we got there, but we have reached peak performance. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, even though that was something, good piloting, I guess, from a number of individuals in that match. I think overall cohesiveness could maybe use some work, but there was certainly some standout performances. Shout out to my man Dirk from the Anger Games. We saw you burn your guns out. Don't think we didn't notice that.
Yep.
It was a match. We're coming up for a break, but if the guys have anything to say, really, Wingnut, you seem bursting at the seams.
That was a match from the Shadow Universe, man. Like that was the weirdest thing I've seen in a long while. Everything from the comps to the flying to the target calling to the Dirk burning his gun, like everything was just like I feel like I'm in a dizzy, like I haven't drunk water for like a week. Like I'm seeing shit, man.
Yeah, it was something. Anything from you, Misty or Bart?
It was a match.
I feel like this is a match that we could talk about for almost no time, or we could talk about for half an hour.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a middle ground on this one here.
If you wanted to get into it, it would take probably about 5-10 minutes for me to talk.
I got one. You know, it reminded me of, remember that AT when people weren't allowed to bring duplicate chips, and so we saw a lot of really like things that normally you would say were really dumb because they had to do it. It felt like that. Like they chose to pick poor ships because they were forced to, but then they forgot that it's actually AT-20 and you don't have to do that. So
yeah, I mean, I've got nothing more to say on this one, really. It was something. But we will be back in about 30 minutes or so with Of Essence versus Initiative when we return around 1840 Eve time on this day one of Alliance Tournament 20 feeders. Welcome back to day one of Alliance Tournament 20 feeder rounds. I am still CCP Overload. I will continue to be CCP Overload for the rest of the day. I am joined by a new, fresh cast of faces. We have Ali Aras from the Brave Collective team. She joins us as well. We have Fear Vina, a man with a strange condition where he's unable to identify what a chicken wing is. And we have Theronth Valarax from the WeForm Volta team, very experienced pilot. Thank you for joining us, guys. How are you all today?
Doing great. Thank you very much. Modulo seeing Brave go down in the first half.
Yeah, I'm heartbroken as well, but that's what groups are for, right? So hopefully we'll come back.
Yeah, there's still a chance. So don't give up. Like, just apply Squall. That's the key according to the Twitch chat. So
yeah, more Squall, more wins. So this is a group format system. So these teams, if they've lost, they're not out. They are playing all the other teams in their groups, and the groups are 3, so they're playing at least 2 matches. If you win both of your matches, you are in. If you go 1-1 and ties across the 3, then there's tiebreak systems, which include the speed of your match and the number of points killed. And then should we get down to the 3rd or even 4th level of tiebreak, CCB Zealous comes in with a quiz, and that's how you get in to Alliance Tournament 20. Theronth, the Volta team must be pretty pleased. They've won their first match pretty comfortably.
yeah, well, it was a little bit of touch and go because Albedo, it is like we were hoping that we can keep him alive, but there was a misplay there. But yeah, like when we landed, it was as Bart already has probably mentioned, like a little bit of an E-war in a Hammer Rush makes it easier for the other Hammer Rush. So.
Exactly. Well, we are only a few minutes away from the return of matches, so let's look at the bans for our first match after the break, which is Of Essence versus the Initiative. So Of Essence here choosing to ban out the Pontifex and the Magus, so taking those armor links right off the field from those command destroyers. Meanwhile, the Initiative banning out the Scimitar and the Cyclone Fleet. Ari, what do you think of these bans here?
So the Scimitar and the Cyclone Fleet are both very good shield ships, very good shield kite ships. That's probably going to put them in a rough spot there. On the other side, sorry, I'm reading through this. On the other side, 2 armor command destroyers, both very strong, supporting the armor side, underpinning a lot of really good armor comps.
Yeah, in Fear, we see the Scimitar has been banned quite a lot. Quite a powerful logistics cruiser, especially for shield kite comms. Why is it such a popular ship to ban?
Well, for Shield Kite, if you're taking a Tech 2 Logic Cruiser, it can only be the Scimitar because of how much faster it is compared to the I can't remember the T2 name of the Osprey. There we go.
Yeah.
It's so bad that you don't remember.
Well, it's bad in tournaments. It's, cap chains and stuff like that. But generally speaking, it's faster. It does a lot of rep for T2. And you'll take the Tech 1 variant, the Osprey, over the Tech 1 variant of the Scimitar, the Scythe. If you're taking Tech 1 Logi, for various other reasons, Osprey is a lot tankier. But basically, if you're dealing with any sort of kite setup, the Scimitar is just more fast, more maneuverable, does a whole lot of reps, even if it technically can do slightly less. But either way, that's why it's being banned away from teams that don't want to face Shield Kite.
And Theronth, the Cyclone Fleet kind of jumps out at me. It seems a very specific ban. Why might we see this being banned here?
Well, being a very potent missile generator, it generates them very quickly because of the ROF bonus. It's actually a good competitor to other BCs. It has utility highs. It can have 2 links because of that. It's extremely fast. It has a signature radius bonus. They need to keep on going. Why it is a good ban to weaken any shield.
Yeah, and then I'm interested to see what happens with the Pontifex and the Magus both being banned out. So obviously those your armor command destroyers. There are other links options. Again, as we mentioned in the first half, bringing links is considered a good strategy in general for tournaments. They just make you better at doing stuff. And in a competition where you want to do stuff better than your opponents, any boosts like that will be good for you. We saw a couple of teams maybe a little bit light on links earlier on. So will they swap out for the battle cruiser links, or will they go with shield? It'll certainly be interesting. I see teams starting to land on grid now, just a few minutes behind. But let's take some predictions here. Let me have a quick look at the Twitch channel points. So the Initiative are firm favorites right now, nearly 1 million channel points to just 500,000. That could be risky. Of Essence does have a couple of very skilled tournament pilots. I believe they're led by Chad Flame. I think that's right. Is that Ari?
Yep, that's correct. And having seen both of them flying before, I'm slightly voting for Of Essence here. Should be a close one, though.
Should indeed be a close one. And we always like close matches. Close matches are good. Fear, what do you think between Initiative and Of Essence here?
I favor of Essence. Generally speaking, Initiative has struggled a lot in feeders, and of Essence has been able to make it through more consistently, although I think that was flipped last year. But I do think of Essence will have the easier time here.
Yeah, and Theronth, you agree? We seem to be of Essence across the board here.
I'm going to be the contrarian in the room, and I think Init has it as long as they don't choke.
As long as they don't choke. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. All you have to do to win is just not to choke. Cutting analysis there from Theronth Valarax. But I believe we are ready to go over to the arena. So let us hand over to our casters Nova and Mod for this match of Essence versus the Initiative.
Hello and welcome to the arena. This is Nova Ren, joined here by the esteemed moderator, bringing you this match between Of Essence and the Initiative. From the Initiative side, we see a triple squall setup with heavy assault missiles. What are we seeing from the red team, moderator?
On the other side, we're seeing Minmatar ships, and we are seeing lots and lots of autocannons and an alligator, as well for some drone damage. So both teams are going to be very, very much looking to be brawling very, very hard. We see that the Nighthawk, the Drake and the Drake Navies are on top of that, team at 0. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a Nighthawk get absolutely picked off of the very, very jump here. But
yeah,
those
exactly.
are also in range.
Of Essence just starts all at 0, every single member of their team directly at 0, whereas it's just the trio of these battleships of the Navy Drakes and the Nighthawk from Initiative who are also at 0, pulling range a little bit with their Logi and some of their other ships, but a Navy Drake is immediately starting to go down from the Initiative side. They're trying to trade off for a Sleipnir from Of Essence.
Yeah, understandable. You want to try to get through those ships that have those kinetic weakness. Sleipnir not going to be great at that. Using all of his ancillary shield charges, he does go down, as we have already Caesar into about half armor. Squall's actually doing absolute work getting, each of those combined. Total is going to be around 1,500, damage, and we're seeing that apply significantly as the damage bars are, slightly higher for Of Essence, but Antony losing a lot of HP as Caesar getting down into armor.
Yeah, Caesar is about to go down very, very quickly here, as Of Essence are leveraging this really, really high DPS from this assault, autocannon setup. Meanwhile, the Sleipnir of Antony is also going to be going down very rapidly here. We're going to see if they can find another target from the Initiative side to go onto. It looks to be the Navy Caracal, and we'll see what damage the Sleipnir can do before he dies himself, and he goes down.
Yeah, so the Navy Caracal does go down. Kieran taking some drone damage. I think at this point you got to go for Squalls, though. I understand why you would go after something like a Navy Caracal, and Osprey Navy issue to me is a better pick. About more damage and less HP going to be on that Osprey Navy issue. You kill that, the Cinnabal is a primary, but you're losing, a lot of your lengths of Essence. So once those drop in about a minute or so, it's going to be a big deal. Osprey Navy issue going down, Cinnabal taking a lot of damage.
Of Essence are just finding more targets to kill rapidly from the Initiative side. Currently, both Cynoballs of theirs are under a lot of pressure from Initiative. The Cynoball being a ship that is heavily discounted this Alliance tournament in comparison to previous Alliance tournaments, so we've been seeing them in multiples across multiple rush setups throughout the day. But this Cynoball from Zephyr is going to be going down, but there isn't too much left from the Initiative side.
Yeah, so actually, I really think that Of Essence may have kind of almost won this one from the warp and where teams landed on grid. They've been able to just apply damage better, snowball it a bit, and they had a bit of a misstep going for that Caracal Navy issue, but they've swapped to some of the Squalls, and once the Squall goes down, it's just going to be a Loki and a Nighthawk versus essentially, Cinnabal, Broadsword, and Alligator, and Of Essence still has their Logi.
Yeah, the most critical ships of the Initiative team, being those 3 Squalls, are all gone now. So at this point, as this Osprey gets locked down, they're going to really struggle to apply any damage into the Of Essence team, remove anything else off the grid. But they're going to do their best to try to get that point total up. They still have a chance at using this Loki to sort of keep things off of them. This autocannon setup does struggle if it does get screened off a little bit, so we'll see if they can make any work there. That being said, the range scram of this broadsword is going to make it a lot easier for them to catch targets.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Unfortunately for the side of Initiative, screen very much not really coming into play too much when you commit your ships for, this close and you warp everything at 0 from the jump. That Cinnabal of Quinn Rhodes may go down here as Rocky continues to take damage. they still have a sizable amount of damage between the Loki and the Nighthawk. The Symbol will drop, but after that, I don't think they're going to get anything else, as the Loki already down into half shields.
Yeah,
doing his very best.
He's struggling, though, and I think this one might have come down to target priority from the get-go. Targeting these Sleipnirs off the bat, these are ships that are often tanked via a bonus shield booster, so they're going to just last a little bit longer than something like Cinnaballs. Meanwhile, Cinnaballs do a lot of damage for their cost, so it could have been that a change in target priority could have given them the advantage there. The Loki of Rocky Ivarus does fall down now.
Yeah, and as Nova was kind of alluding to, basically a lot of these rush setups, what they really come down to is kind of a calculation of, okay, how much damage does a ship do? How long is it going to take us to do that? And like, what is the DPS really worth for the amount of time it takes to kill it? And, you have to have that kind of calculation run in your heads and to really understand that at a theory level. But you also need to have the experience, as a team, practicing that in scrims and really getting an identity of what that looks like. And I trust Chad Flame's team to do that a little bit better than Initiative here, and I think it showed.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just watching here as Subject AZ9, the Nighthawk from Initiative, tries to take down a few more points for themselves in this Moa. Moa is still receiving some reps, though, and he's surviving a little bit longer than I expected, actually, under this pressure from the Nighthawk. But the Nighthawk is, very quickly starting to lose his remaining shield points.
Yeah, and it's important to note that, Initiative is going to lose this match, but they're not going to be out of the tournament, right? So we're in group stages where 3 teams are in a group. Everyone will play, 2 matches against a group partner. So Initiative will have another chance at bringing it back 1-1 against No Need Lose Face tomorrow. But if they lose that one, they will well and truly be out of this tournament.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, this Nighthawk, if I was him, I would be trying to heat all of my damage mods, really get in there for whatever I can do, but at this point, he's not going to be able to break anything with both of these Logi ships surviving just fine, keeping this Moa up. He even has they even have preemptive reps up on the Skybreaker in case he switched over to there. Yeah, and he does fall down. And with that, Of Essence will, in essence, be taking a strong win over the Initiative.
Of Essence took the initiative and ran with it straight to victory as they finish that match strongly, killing that last remaining ship of the initiative and securing themselves the first win. Ali, interesting matchup there. You wanted to talk a little bit about turning and running. That seems a bit contrary in an Alliance tournament match. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so in a rush mirror, or in any mirror really, you have to look at your 2 comps and try to see, is there any tiny bit of advantage that we have over the other team? And in a missile versus an autocannon rush, there's a pretty clear advantage. The missile team is able to apply their full damage out to some 20-odd kilometers, whereas the autocannon team is going to be forced to load barrage and pray. Your missiles are going to hit even better because the other team is forced to run into you if they want to hit you. So if you're the missile team in that situation, it sounds weird because you're a rush comp, but you actually need to turn around and kite. And you'll be able to apply damage while the other team is still propping behind you to try to catch up.
Yeah, sometimes we see teams moving around, positioning themselves and just waiting for the right moment to kind of activate their comp, so to speak, like rush in when you have the optimal conditions, especially if you have, for example, anything with clips like rapids. You're really going to want to make sure that you don't waste those and get them all synchronized. Fear, what about target priority and target calling in matches like this? Like, you warp in, you see these ships, like, what's going through the mind of the target caller?
Well, generally speaking, in a rush mirror, right, you're all going to be at 0, you're all going to be brawling out. Obviously, if you're the missile one, you want to try kiting. But with target priority, generally speaking, if you're in these kinds of matchups, you want to prioritize DPS per EHP. Right, so ships that do more DPS relative to their EHP are a more effective trade for you than a ship that has more EHP relative to its DPS. So going for the Sleipnir first, where even if you're bursting through XLASB charges, they don't get all 9 off. They got like 5 off per. That's still 70 to 80k EHP worth of shield HP that they had to go through versus going for these Caracal navies, these Osprey navies first that we saw from the AC rush, which have much lower EHP and still do massive amounts of DPS as well. There's also a bit of a points calculation in it in terms of the AT. It's not just strictly that, right? Which is why we didn't see them prioritize the Squall, which is the most effective ship to shoot in just pure DPS per EHP standards. But here they took points into consideration and obviously took down these cruisers and then focused on the Squalls and then went on to the high end, whereas in it did the opposite thing, which is generally the wrong thing to do in these matchups, which is go for the high end first.
Yeah, the Squall has been very popular so far, Theronth, in these feeders. We're seeing it quite often, sometimes even triple Squall being brought. Now, it says here in my notes that a Squall is a sudden violent gust of wind or localized storm, especially one bringing rain, snow, or sleet. Why would that be so good in an Alliance Tournament match?
Well, the secret of the storm that is approaching is in the 4 points cost, and also the fitting space that the ship has, the fact that it has guns, because unlike a good old Badger that used to show up from time to time as an industrial ship, just be like a
Badger.
Battle Badger can still sometimes be seen as a rare creature, but very graceful. A lot of they just bring Recebos, and Squalls have missiles, and they actually have a flat damage bonus. So all of those missile types, no matter what you put on them, is going to be actually bonused. And I think Bart said earlier, or moderated, that they deal something like a assault frigate damage. I think it's closer to a cruiser. Actually, you can squeeze out 500 DPS out of a ham Squall, while also having like some EHP. So they sync up EHP pretty well. Overall, decent ship. Should try to use it.
Yeah, I like seeing them, and I'm sure we'll see many more. And I'm looking forward to the first Squall ban of the tournament at some point. All right, let's look at our next match, Sons of Bane versus Platinum Sensitivity. So Sons of Bane banning out the Armageddon, Navy issue, and the Hugin. Interesting one there. Usually you see a Loki being banned, this time going for the Hugin. And Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Scimitar, Classic Tech 2 Kiting Cruiser, and the Rapier. So Ali, both teams banning out long-range cruiser bonus webs, but leaving the Lokis open. Interesting.
Yeah, and this might be a points consideration. Both the Hugin and the Rapier have lower points than the Loki. The Loki's up at 32, while the Hugin and the Rapier are both down at 27. So taking those out, this may be a sort of calculated taking out webs that both teams think are better value for points than the Loki.
Yeah, I mean, Theron, I'm going to come back to you quickly in this one. Like obviously you fly with the Volta team. Volta loves their long range webs. Usually likes to use things like the Hyena. What do you think about this Rapier Hugin ban? Also kind of a bit odd, or do you think this is a good set of bans?
I mean, I think it indicates that the team does not want to be controlled, because those are the only unique ships that have 60 km range outside of like an officer Balgorn when it comes to the webifiers. So they can slow you down from really far away. They can enable control and either kite, or there can be some kind of like we used to see some all-in drone shotguns back in AT-13 or something like that, where you had a Hugin or AT-14 and just drone ships on top, and you just web the logi from the other side and blast it with sentries. I don't think sentries are particularly good in this particular rule set, but I think somebody might want to get on top of somebody else pretty fast if they are banning those ships. It's interesting though that both teams decided to ban them, and I think they are both second bans, right? Which is a little bit odd, a little bit of a coincidence, but.
Yeah, well, I think it's time to head into the arena again for Sons of Bane versus Platinum Sensitivity with Nova and Mod.
Hello, I am Moderator, joined by my good friend Nova, and now that we see what's on grid, to me it makes perfect sense why we saw that Hugin Rapier, both sides choosing to bring a missile rush comp, and those long-range webs are, staples of a long-range kite comp, and would be doing an excellent job at holding down and preventing the Lokis from getting in range. So knowing that makes perfect sense here. So we see, again, a mirror match of these rushes, but a little bit of a difference in the mid side. Walk through that, Nova.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a second Loki from the Platinum Sensitivity side, but they're also choosing to use Tech 2 logistics frigates, notably, instead of the Tech 1 choices at a reduced points cost from Sons of Bane. And we see now that the match is going to get underway, and This time, though, however, there's no one at 0, and we're immediately seeing Platinum sensitivity start to burn away from the Sons of Bane team. This is exactly the difference in the missile range, or missile flight time, that they're going to be able to leverage their advantage of. Meanwhile, the Sons of Bane team is forced to burn into them.
Yeah, I really do like this setup that the Platinum sensitivity side is running with. The Raptor actually deciding to go in and try to get gets a scram, a drive-by here on the Alligator. Actually, no, he's orbiting, so interesting. We're now going to see that Alligator be primaried. Meanwhile, the Platinum sensitivity side looks like they may be trying to force a bit of a trade onto the Cyclone Fleet issue of J.A. Loyas.
Yes, for the time being, there's still a various number of electronic warfare modules going down on different members of the Sons of Bane team. Meanwhile, Sons of Bane are very much concentrated on this Alligator. It looks like the Fleet Cyclone of J.A. Alasoyas is indeed the target primary from Platinum sensitivity, and he's dropping very quickly into mid-armor, and he's going to go down super, super fast here. Alligator's still holding at around 3rd shield.
Yeah, I mean, J.L. Loyas went in way before the Nighthawk of Raven Guard or the rest of his core went in, so they just weren't applying damage at the same time. And LTBZ on the side of Platinum sensitivity, surviving a lot longer as a result. I mean, Platinum sensitivity was, I believe, a top 8 team last year. They've done well in the past. And the Bantam now taking a good amount of drone damage. The Burst and the Bantam really had gotten out of range. The Bantam has, I think, micro jump drive into the backline. He's in Narnia. He will go down to drones. The Caracal Navy goes down just as the Alligator goes down.
Yeah, they do trade off for that Alligator, but we're really showing the advantage here of the 2 Tech 2 logistics frigates from the Platinum sensitivity side. They kept that Alligator up for a good while and managed to trade off for an additional battlecruiser because of it.
Yeah, I'm really not necessarily liking the point efficiency of going for something like a Cerberus and a Navy Caracal as well as a Raptor when you have squalls that are open. And I think that Platinum sensitivity, I mean, look at the attack bars right now. Platinum sensitivity showing a little bit less right now, but that's going to change rather quickly. The burst drops, the Cerberus is going down. Loki going down, but much slower than that Cerb.
Yeah, these Tech 1 logistics frigates also have a hard time shrugging off damage from just squads of light drones that fly across the arena, and that they're definitely struggling with that. Meanwhile, the Kieran of Nightcap from Platinum sensitivity has been under pressure for a little while, but he's been topped up totally fine by his Scalpel buddy, and he's managing to mitigate most of that DPS. They continue to trade damage onto the Sons of Bane team, and we're seeing now that the Alligator is the primary from Platinum sensitivity.
Yeah, and actually, look, I mean, Nyx is actually a straight-on stabilized. That shouldn't really be happening when you still have a Loki, a Nighthawk, and a Gator. Platinum sensitivity, if you just kind of look at their positioning, has done a very, very good job of spreading themselves out and preventing any one ship from getting primaried at any point. And I like the choice of a Stork. If you're only going to be bringing, an Alligator and a Nighthawk is kind of your upper end for Lynx as the Alligator for Sons of Bane goes down. That does a lot in terms of utility for you.
Oh, absolutely. We're now seeing that the Loki of Nyx is likely to go down next. There's still enough damage from the Sons of Bane side that they can take down a couple more priority targets, possibly. At least if this Loki does go down. That is still in the question, however. This Kieran and Scalpel are doing an excellent job keeping him up. They're heating all of their reps for all they're worth. And at this point, yeah, they're trading a lot of damage back onto this Nighthawk of Ravengard. And there's no Logi left from the Sons of Bane side, so it could be that this Loki holds totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, so we do see that the Sons of Bane brought, again, a Bellicose and a Raptor. And if you think about that, that's 16 points. That's like basically 3 squalls right there. I think that they could have done more, or they could have had maybe a different, instead of going for Cerberus, Navy, Caracal, you can go like double Osprey Navy, you can get your Burst and Bantam, appointed to that of Scalpel and a Kieran. I'm not really liking the setup from Sons of Bane. The archetype is similar to Platinum sensitivity, but Platinum sensitivity just seems to have a more refined and mature version of the archetype.
Absolutely. I would argue it's a more efficient point spread here as well. And the points that Platinum sensitivity are getting back from taking a ship like a Squall at just 4 points, they're putting into these Tech 2 logistics frigates. They're putting in to have a beefier top end. Meanwhile, a lot of these points here are going on to things like a Cerberus, which is absolutely a good ship, but in this case, it's just costing them way more than it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare the Cerberus, right, to the Loki, okay, it's 6 more points. So 3 points difference comparing to, last year's Alliance tournament. It does a lot. I mean, it used to be a really good ship on Tranquility when it was, able to apply heavy missile damage at longer ranges, but it's not just an amazing Alliance tournament ship for what it is. Like you were saying, it's very, very points inefficient. So it's not just what the ship does, it's what does it do for the amount of points it brings, right? We were talking about, EHP calculations earlier. This is also a kind of a consideration of what value do I get for those points? And like you were saying, Platinum Sensitivity just did that better here.
Meanwhile, we've just been watching this bellicose. He made his way to the edge of the arena, and the last member standing of Sons of Bane, we're watching him target paint the Stork now of Janoi from Platinum Sensitivity. But we'll see. It looks like he might be choosing to boundary, take his life into his own hands in that sense, and he is gone. And he does indeed boundary. He didn't go for any sort of record, though. No micro jump unit plays. That's too bad. But in any case, Platinum Sensitivity take a deciding victory here.
Welcome back. Platinum Sensitivity remain untarnished as they turn their Bane into a gain and take the W on that particular match. Interesting set of ships that those teams chose to bring. We saw one team go with the double Loki, one team went with single Loki. And Theronth, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about another interesting trade-off that both teams made. We saw one team bring the Tech 1 logistics frigates, the Burst and the Bantam, for 6 points. Meanwhile, the other team bringing Kieran and Scalpel, the Tech 2 variants, 20 points. What do you think? I mean, 6 points versus 20, it's a lot more points.
That's a whole Navy cruiser for you. You can buy with that money. But when you are deciding to downgrade your logistic frigates, you have to be responsible with your spending. Because on the Sons of Bane side, we have seen a ship that is a little bit eyebrow-raising in the EHP/DPS ratio meta, which is the Cerberus. I believe it's 28 points a hack this in this point system, right? So for only a little bit more, you can buy yourself a second Loki and gain something like over 100k EHP, which is pretty good. And the ability to actually hold people off at the arm's length, like Platinum Sensitivity did to the Nighthawk of Sons of Bane when they were rushing in.
Yeah, and then Fear. Do you think that they use those extra points efficiently while bringing in that second Loki, or do you think maybe? I mean, obviously we know from the result that the Cerberus turned out not to be the play, but do you think there's maybe something else they could have brought?
I mean, second Loki is fine. It's not very popular, but if you want to do something that's a little bit cheaper than a Loki and still brings long range tackle, the Onyx is obviously on the table. Was a bit popular during AO to see Hicks being used in rush setups. Haven't really seen a whole lot. We saw like a broadsword earlier on in the tournament, but otherwise it's like the Cerberus is really kind of a question mark. Obviously, you can downpoint that to a Caracal Navy and bring something else in your low end, or upgrade one of your ships in your high end, or something like that. I'm really questioning why anyone would bring that particular hack in this particular setup.
And then, Ari, one of the things that we heard moderator talking about was point efficiency when it comes to, there could be two ships that are both the same number of points, but they're going to do different things. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, definitely. So you can have two ships that are different points, but which one you bring is really going to matter with what's the rest of your comp trying to do. Which is, again, I think where maybe trying to find room for that second Loki might have been better than trying to bring the Cerberus. The second Loki brings you additional long-range webs, additional ability to control space around your rush comp, either get tackle on something that's trying to kite you or hold off something that's trying to rush you back. Whereas the Cerberus just kind of gives you some more missiles. It's not really doing anything specific for your comp. So when you're building a comp, you're really trying to make sure that every single ship is doing the right thing. And sometimes sometimes you'll find that, if we downgrade this, we get 3 extra points. Can we upgrade something for 3 extra points? And the answer sometimes is no.
Yeah, sometimes it is no, and sometimes you accidentally have to upgrade or downgrade stuff when something you want to bring gets banned out when you're not expecting it and you haven't really prepared for it. A lot of high-end teams will have very deep banning strategies about what they swap out, especially at this stage in the feeders when there's only maximum really of 4 bans that you can be affected by. Leaves a lot of things still open. But speaking of bans, let's look forward at our next match, which is going to be Slice versus URSA, and see what they're choosing to ban. So Slice banning the Armageddon Navy issue, and I think this is the first time we've got duplicates, because both teams banned the Armageddon Navy issue in their first ban. They both said, hey, screw that ship, we don't want it. At that point, we went slightly different. So we have Loki and Scimitar coming from Slice, banning out those webs, banning out that Tech 2 logistics cruiser, and the URSA team banning out the Balgorn and the Hugin. Balgorn's an interesting ban. Theronth, I know you're a bit of a Balgorn not enjoyer. So why would you ban out the Balgorn?
Oh, that's a lie. That's slander. I really enjoy Balgons. It's just 7 years ago or something like that. When you could officer fit them with everything. Tech to Balgorn, maybe they're worried about the news. Obviously, that's the only thing that really comes to mind, because the webs. It would be a strange ban if they were considering long-range webs to ban Balgorn and ban Hugin, but not ban Rapier. Because those ships are basically identical, so they are opening Rapier. That your ban is pretty much wasted if you don't ban out of them. It's not effective, should I say, rather.
Yeah, maybe they were hoping to get that one banned by the other team and get a free ban, but it's not happened there. And then the Scimitar being banned out as well. There's still quite a lot of webs off the field here. I mean, Loki has webs, Hugin has webs, Balgorn famously has webs. So we will see what these teams choose to bring to go up against it. I'm expecting to see 2 teams coming in at 50 based on what we're seeing here. But will that would be true? We will find out in just a moment as we hand over to the arena with Nova and Mod for Slice versus URSA.
Hello once again, this is Nova Ren, joined here by the one, the only moderator, bringing you this match between Solyaris, Chtonium, and URSA. URSA are choosing to bring a setup with dual Claymore, Nighthawk, Orthruses, Kieran's as Logi. What are we seeing from the red team?
Yeah, so the red team has decided that, you know what, not Nabar Victor, but Galente Victor, Neros, those Brutix Navy issues. So railguns for days, and railguns are going to do very, very well against, a Claymore setup. Again, famously weak Minmatar, Tech 2 resist, and I really like the inclusion here of the Hyena and the Nurgle, as well as a Squall of their own. I think that, unfortunately, URSA is going to be in a very, very hard-pressed situation. Typically, these kind of long-range missile kite setups don't tend to do super well against that kind of max threat composition.
Absolutely. The Executor Navy is well known on Tranquility at the moment for being a very, very strong choice in both nullsec and in lowsec space. And here they're choosing to field 3 of them, and they're going to apply very well, even at long range. So as the match starts off, we're immediately seeing the Nurgle from Solyaris, Chtonium, and the Hyena burning in a bit towards this URSA team. The Orthruses do go out to screen.
Yeah, I like the idea of kind of like the Orthruses you see in target of opportunity and possibly in the Nurgle or the Hyena, but this Nurgle is doing the right thing. He's turning around, and this means that the Orthrus clip are going to really not be super effective at breaking anything. We're seeing a little bit of an attempt to break the Magus, which, makes sense to me that you would want to get rid of some of the links. Notably, almost all these ships really are Tech 2 on the side of Slice. It'll be hard to punch through the resist, right? Hyena primarying, especially if it's out of position, known for not having a lot of HP, and so far he's doing a good job of burning away. That Hyena should have not been that close, and he may very well go down.
It looks like the URSA team has largely chosen to go bottom up, but while targeting 3 different ships at the same time, really taxing the ability of this Oneros pilot from Slice. Meanwhile, they're having a hard time keeping up their Orthrus from Void 1245. The pair of Kieran's has done a good job so far of keeping him up, but it looks like he might go down before any of these low-end targets that they've been choosing.
Yeah, so that Nurgle got on top of that Orthrus somehow, hit his ADC knowing he would be the primary, right, and was able to lock down an Orthrus. Trading your Nurgle for an Orthrus is going to be an excellent trade. We see the ADC is going to drop off in a second, and he will go down, but I mean, getting 2 Orthruses for a Nurgle is a trade I will make every single day of the week.
Yeah, that Orthrus is going nowhere. He's going to die very, very rapidly. We'll see now, though, however, how this shakes up. I don't know if it's going to be at all possible for URSA to survive this onslaught of rails. They can't really kite out to anywhere. They're a bit stuck. The one real question is, can things get locked down by Slice still having lost that Nurgle? But he's largely done his job, removing 2 very strong priority targets from the URSA team.
Yeah, so the problem that we were talking about a little bit with the URSA team is that these setups always have issues trading in these, missile compositions against a railgun setup. They do around the same amount of range, but the railguns, those long-range lasers just do more damage, frankly, and have more kind of selectability in the ammo. They can brawl, they can kite, whereas with heavy missiles, you're in heavy missiles the entire time. So Shantix will probably go down, and we're not seeing a lot of damage really being traded onto. It looks like the Bellicose had been the primary here for a second, so I may eat my words, but you would think that this Brutix Navy issue team would be able to get on top of something.
Yeah, they're struggling for tackle here without the presence of that Nurgle. The Hyena did web down the Bellicose for a little bit as they tried to swap damage onto him, but he's totally picked up speed again. He's no longer webbed, and this Brutix Navy has a massive cloud of damage drones that have just been chunking him for the meanwhile. The Oneros is very much struggling to keep him up.
Yeah, and that Bellicose is at, 122. Oh, he's going to boundary violate. He actually just boundary. He ran out of the arena. Oh, no, and they lose a Magus too. They double-clicked approach away from their enemies and just went straight to the edge of glory. They're going to lose 22 of their points that way.
Well, the Magus was from the Slice team, so
Yeah.
I wonder how that shakes up at the end of the day. It's actually a point victory for Slice, but only barely. Bellicose being worth 10 points, Magus being worth 12, and that also might be a lot of their important links. So if this match does go a little bit longer, they're going to be struggling.
Yeah, I mean, trading a Bellicose and a Magus because both of you on opposite teams chose to boundary is, like watching those Saturday morning cartoons where you fall off a kind of a cliff in midair. That's what it feels like, a little Wile E. Coyote. Shapix is surviving for forever, though, in Deep Hole here.
Yeah, I'm really wondering whether they were aware of the boundary and just chose to coast into it, or whether or not they were simply locked in this honor battle 1v1 thinking, hey, we're next to each other, why not go for it? But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether this Oneros is able to keep up this Navy Brutix whatsoever. A Kieran of Yorick Snow is about to go down from URSA.
Yeah, I really like that target call. It was, I think, a little bit overdue. You do want to kill some of the Logi Frigs at this point, and once one Kieran goes down, the other Kieran of Shisara should go down really quickly. And Shapix is now just surviving. The Nighthawks and the Claymore are having real difficulty breaking through that Brutix Navy issue.
Yeah, now we're definitely seeing the strength of that Tech 2 logistics cruiser as the Oneros as being the most expensive thing that they're choosing to field for this match. Now that a lot of the damage has been shrugged off from the URSA side, that Navy Brutix could live the entire match, quite frankly, at this point.
And I think he probably will. We saw what was most likely an active armor hardener, which when you have these reactive hardeners, they'll adjust to the damage that you're doing over time, right? So as the time goes on, yeah, you're continuing to take damage, but your resist profile continues to improve as time goes on. So choosing to go after these Navy executors of Har Asta, I think, is now the right call for sure.
But once again, they're choosing to split damage to really tax this Oneros pilot. How do you feel about that at this point? Do you think they just need to pick one target and stick to it, or whether they're better off indeed trying to break multiple things at one time?
Well, what's most confusing to me is why Har Asta is deciding to ram himself on top of the Nighthawk at 0. Maybe you were trying to get some tackle, but you don't need to, rush right into a Nighthawk like that.
Yeah, that one is absolutely a rough one. Har Asta does go down, and one of these Kirans still being alive from the URSA side does give them some repping power here, so they could survive a good while still, especially if they're able to kill another Navy Executor or two.
Yeah, I mean, with that, another Navy Executor going down, it might be possible that Slice could seize defeat from the jaws of victory here. The Thunder God continuing to take a lot of damage, and he's really, again, he was just chasing after this Claymore. The Squall of Theodora is trying to get on top of him. If he gets tackled, that'll be incredibly impactful here.
Yes, indeed. Shath X, meanwhile, is flexing his muscles. He is climbing back up into around 60% armor at this point. It's very doubtful that he might go down whatsoever this match, but he might have to just stand there and watch while the rest of his team dies around him if it continues this way.
Yeah, I mean, Shath X is now going to try to put some damage onto Ocean Gazer's Claymore, and I understand that you need to try to put damage onto something, but you have to consider how much time's on the clock, right, and where you're at in points. If you lose this Executor Navy issue, you're going to be down. You need to pick a point somewhere. You're not going to kill a Claymore in 3 minutes with what you've got going on. Go after a Squall, go after, a Kieran, something to get you the points victory right now.
Yeah, we saw for a little while there that there were some ECM drones that were sitting on this Kieran. They're now swapping over to the carries, potentially trying to get rid of some of these damps that were preventing them from applying damage. Maybe that could be the relevant part if they're able to land some lucky gems with the damp drones.
Yeah, I see that most of, if not all, the damps really are going onto the Executor Navy issue of Bretac, and that actually might have been what has been causing these Executors to get right on top of the enemy team. Just a simple inability to lock for more than 10 kilometers away. And if Bretac goes down, URSA is going to continue to be up yet another 22 points. Slice has to pick up a kill here somewhere.
Yeah, and the question is, what does it for a kill? They need something that's small enough that they can kill it in time, but they also need enough points that they can climb their way back. And now they're down 41 points. I mean, in prior Alliance tournaments, that would be nearly over. This one, it's manageable, but it's going to take 2 priority targets at least at this point.
Yeah, and now the Squall of Agent is going down really quickly. I like the call to get rid of the points. I'm not sure what I'm watching right now. I see that we're applying maybe what looks like damage onto the Oneros of Sarazen, but I'm just scratching my head. Have the Slice burnt out their guns? Have they just simply been unable to apply because of the carry stamps?
It's entirely possible. Both teams are applying similar amounts of DPS into one another at this exact moment. Currently, Slice are trying to shoot the Squall down, but that's nowhere near enough points, and I really think that URSA, with almost just more than a minute left, are taking a handy victory here. The Oneros is starting to go down. He's popping some reps now on himself, but I don't know. I think he's going to go down, and with it, that's going to be the hopes of Slice for taking a win in this group.
Yeah, and chat, we can confirm that, I mean, just looking at the turret models, that these on the Brutix Navy issues, those are in fact what appear to be 250 millimeter or 200 millimeter railguns, or at least duels. The Oneros does go down, and really Slice seizing Jaws from, again, the defeat of... I'm getting tongue-tied. I'm just kind of shocked at what I'm seeing here. URSA somehow coming away with a win here.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive to see, given how things looked at the very beginning for Slice, having taken out those Orthruses right away, having killed one of the Tech 2 logistics frigates from the URSA side. But I really think that this Carries has just been doing an excellent job of controlling the map. He hasn't really been in danger at any point, notably. And yeah, we might actually see Shath die. Shath does die just as the time runs out in the match. And with this beautiful explosion, that's going to be the end of that, and we'll be throwing it back to the analyst desk to talk further about this one.
Slice made some cuts, but URSA came in and carved out the victory in a match for the ages. There was some choice piloting from both sides. We saw Orthruses, one of the most kitey ships in the game, brawling in. And then we saw both teams managing to boundary violate, I presume unintentionally. And in the Alliance tournament, if you're not familiar, if you exceed the limit of the boundary, which is 125 kilometers from the center, you're instantly exploded. Perhaps it was an honored brawl between those two, but it's a bit of a mistake, and it is hard. I will say it is hard to keep your situational awareness in a tournament match, especially when you're you're trying to do their best. You're double clicking in space. People are shouting, people are dying, you're losing some ships here and there, but you still come back, and then suddenly you realize that you're at 124 kilometers and still traveling at 1 kilometer a second in the wrong direction, and it's too late. It is a moment that you will certainly remember. But I mean, is there much to take away there? It was an interesting sort of combination of medium gun spam versus kind of a missile kite.
Well, so we just talked about that the previous match. Somebody put parental control, please, on the Fury Crafters wallets here, because 22 points for Executor Navy is outrageous. This is so much money you're sinking into your medium hybrids that you can get in other sources. Unsuspectful that you can not even know that the ship next door is just as good as this handsome Exec Navy that you are. Courting all day long.
Navy is it's just too attractive sometimes to those strong theory crafters. They see it and they can't help themselves. All right, let's look at our next match because it's coming up pretty soon. The pace of these matches is outstanding today. Well done to the ref team for keeping things up and running. We have Sedition versus Ragequit Cancel Sub coming up very soon. Let's take a look at the bans for this match. All right, so Sedition banning out the Blackbird and the Scimitar. Don't like that ECM. And Ragequit Cancel Sub going for the Oneros and the Armageddon Navy issue. Fear, we've seen a lot of Scimitar bans, but I think this is the first time we've seen an Oneros ban.
Yeah, unlike Shield Logi, where like when it's Tech 2, you're pretty much always going to go for the Scimitar over the Basilisk. You have the option to go for either the Oneros or Guardian. It's a lot of times based on team preference, and obviously the Zarm still exists if teams want to go for it. So it's a bit odd to see specifically the Oneros being banned out. The advantage of an Oneros over the Guardian, obviously, is that it's a little bit faster, can evade other things a little bit more at the cost of having a little bit less rep than the Guardian, right? So they don't want to deal with that particular T2 armor logi, but as I said, the Guardian's still available, and the Zarm is only worth 2 points more than the Guardian. I'm really surprised we haven't seen it in any armor brawl setups thus far, but those are both still on the table, so I'm a bit interested as to why they'd ban that particular, unless they think they don't want to do medium gun spam with Tech 2 logi.
Yeah, so I think what's happened is I have cursed the referees because I literally just said, hey, doing a great job keeping things on track. And then my little match timer thing on my tablet, which tells me the next thing happens, just came up and said, match delayed, discuss volcanoes. So we're going to talk about volcanoes for a little while. Ali, how do you like volcanoes? We have a new one in Iceland just the other day. It just came back up.
Yeah, I love volcanoes. They're really interesting. I'm a little bit, it's exciting that it's come up now. It does mean that I'm personally of the opinion that it's less likely to be going when we're still there, because it's come up like several times over the past year or so, and it's lately the cadence has been like come up, go for like 2-3 weeks, stop, and then you have to reload for like 2-3 months. And I think the reload time is going to be a little bit too long for the casters to get some volcano action while we're in Iceland.
This has been a rapid, heavy volcano launcher we were having in Iceland. We've been clipping through it. Coming home the other day, I literally looked out the window and I was like, hey, the sky's red. And then I got to my apartment, looked out this window behind me, and sure enough, volcano. So that was certainly interesting. Iceland continues to expand itself by literally just generating more land. Much like the Cyclone Fleet issue, Theron, you called it a missile generator. Iceland is a land generator, just makes more every so often. Is there anything you can see here in these bans, Theron, that you think is interesting to talk about?
Well, the red team, it was Sedition, right? They have identified that they don't want a Scimitar. So already probably there's going to be some brawling setup coming up our way, or something that does not really want to fly into the high EM resistance. It could be also max threat kind of a thing. Scimitar is generally a good ban, so when I see it banned, I rejoice. And ECM is also always a good ban, because the less annoying the match is to watch for the viewers, for the chat, the faster it is, the better, of course, right?
Yeah, sometimes we see teams bringing EC300s to get a little bit of extra jam strength. Sometimes one of those can just get lucky and jam a random ship at a very crucial time. We've also seen it. Brave, I believe, managed to get a jam off with I think it was a Griffin one time, and we've seen the famous ECM Ibis has been used once or twice in tournament history, including, I believe, getting a jam off one time, which was super interesting. Ali, were you involved in the Hero Griffin? Was it a Griffin from Brave?
I don't know that I was involved in the Hero Griffin. I'm actually a huge fan of the Hero Griffin.
Oh, you were.
Is that you, Fair?
I can talk about this one. The Hero Griffin, currently done by was done by the current Brave CEO, Jinx to Care. Back in the Alliance Open, we got knocked down into the lower bracket from Alliance for the Alliance Open. We won our first match using our flag. I can't remember. They're not called flagships. They're called wild cards. Then our wild card frigates. And then the next match we are up against Fraternity, who just got knocked down, and their wildcard ship was the Etana. Well, we knew that they were going to bring in the Atana because every team had been bringing their wild card in their first lower bracket match because they want to get further on, get more skins. So what happened was our captains at the time, which were Xander, Val, and kind of co-captaining, although
we're ready to go to the arena now. So
basically it was a full blue jam Griffin.
I'm on the edge of my seat to hear about a Griffin landing a jam in the spaceship game EVE Online, but it's time to go into the arena with Starfleet Commander and Moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this match. And on the screen you're seeing right now is a Raven Navy issue, which is the first one of the tournament, I believe. Sedition versus Ragequit Cancel Sub. Some interesting comps on the field right now. Nighthawk, Raven Navy issue, as I mentioned. And Moderator, what do we have? I don't think Moderator is here, so I will just keep talking. Ragequit Cancel Sub. Vulture, Navy Ferox, Navy Harbinger, Naga, Osprey, 2 Phantasms, Omen, Moa, Fleet Visual. Gonna be an interesting match. Interesting to note. Yeah, sorry.
Hi Starfleet, it's me, your friend, CCP Overload. Moderator seems to have gone missing, so I shall join you in the arena.
Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I'll just be talking on my own for the entire 10 minutes of the match.
Yeah, you wouldn't just, want to forget that you had your mic muted in the middle of a match. So, Starfleet, what do you think of Navy Raven?
I was literally just saying that right now, but the damage is landing right now on the Loki. Interesting to note, he did warp at 0 as well. I do think the Raven Navy issue is an interesting call, but the damage is landing quite fast on the Loki from the Ragequit Cancel Sub side. I don't think there's a good idea to bring a Raven Navy issue. What do you think?
Yeah, probably not. However, that Loki is going down really quickly. He does drop. That's going to be, really the webs on the team. Meanwhile, the Masses Kadesh is continuing to take a lot of damage. I mean, if you can get in range of, the torpedoes, and it seems like Amon de Valeria is actually doing a pretty good job of applying that torpedo damage, it's going to do massive work. And look at how quickly that Ferox Navy is going down. Those Galente or Caldari ships do usually not drop that quick.
Maybe I am eating my words too much. Say the Raven Navy issue isn't good, but exactly what you said. I was watching him. He's burning. He's applying his damage really well. The Calca Navy issue does go into structure and is about to go down, but the Ferox Navy issue is going into structure. I like the trading though. Like if they're trading a Ferox Navy issue for a Calcal, then it's going to be good. As you see it drop right now, and the Osprey Navy issue is the next to die for the Sedition team. Do you think the Raven Navy issue might be the linchpin here, actually?
In some sort of alternate Shadowverse, yes, it kind of could be. However, the Bantam already drops. It's going to be half the Logi off for Sedition. I like the call of shooting the Osprey Navy, but the Omen though just gets absolutely nuked.
Literally just deleted straight into armor, removed off the field. They really need to get down to the Naga and the Vulture right now. They need to go for some big targets for Sedition. They need to start going for get the Naga down, get the damage down. Eric in the Osprey Navy issue, sorry, is going to go down as well. So that's more damage off the grid. The burst is about to go down. Do you think Sedition, without the Logi, can survive long enough? Because the damage is going off the field right now for Ragequit. They're losing it.
Yeah, so something you have to consider is, Sedition's going to have a lot less ships. You should probably kill the Squall here, but 2 Nighthawks and a Raven Navy issue. Look at that defense bar. You might actually be able to kill the Moa, kill something else, and if Ragequit Cancel Sub isn't perfect with their range control, they'd be in a lot of difficulty. Again, a torpedo, Raven Navy, and, Nighthawks are not going to have a lot of range. They're going to want to ball up, try to get tackle onto something. I mean, that MOBA is grappled, so he may be going down in short order here.
I'm loving this. He's just said no. He's given up on the MOA already, the Raven Navy. She's turning around. He's going to just wail in on the Vulture. I think that's a great move from them. Just go for something that's tackled, hard tackled, get that damage down, kill the Vulture. That's a lot of their EHP and their damage off the grid and their links as well. That is huge. I actually think that if they get the Vulture down, I think Sedition are in a really good position to just sort of whittle down the rest of the team.
Yeah, so if you're Blood Connet, I don't know why you're choosing to brawl against a double Nighthawk Raven Navy issue. You have to be knowing that damage, right? That's close to 4,000 damage between just those 3 ships. I mean, you're not going to be surviving under Osprey reps to that. So we see that the Nighthawk, I mean, it is taking good damage. So when Blood Khana does finally drop, these Phantasms are going to have to be, playing absolutely perfectly positionally. But I mean, losing a Vulture and a Nighthawk, you're also, down so that you have to kill a second Nighthawk in the next 6 minutes, and that is enough time to do it.
I'm thinking the exact same thing. I'm looking at the clock, I'm looking at the points, and I'm thinking they kill the Vulture first. He's going to go down, he's in structure. Now all of a sudden the damage is going to drop a bit. I think the Nighthawk will die for sure. But like you said, will they kill the? They can't go for the Raven Navy issue. Just ignore that. They're not going to go for that. There's way too much HP on him for him to chew through. They're going to go for the other Nighthawk. Will they kill it in time? Because now they can sort of. Well, they're going to have to go for something else. As the Vigil Fleet issue does get grappled and scrammed, like you said, why are they this close? They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be anywhere near.
Okay, so the Vigil Fleet issue was trying to get cheeky and do a drive-by, and he did get scrammed. He did break it. But that Vigil Fleet issue now has been grappled and webbed, and he's actually going to get locked down. He thought he would try to be cheeky, get the screen, and I don't love it, but I don't hate it because they're forcing, the Vigil Fleet to be primed. Yes, you're going to lose points, but if you lose your Vigil Fleet issue and you kill the Nighthawk, you're actually still going to be, I believe you should be up anyway.
No, I think
So
they've
you
just
can
killed.
sacrifice that.
They've just Sedition are still points ahead. They're still 6 points ahead right now. So they need to kill the Nighthawk for Ragequit to win. So the Nighthawk of ASA, it's all on him. He needs to survive. The Raven Navy can just go straight in. They're not going to even bother going for him. But I don't think they're going to be able to kill anything else. They're really focusing on this Vigil Fleet issue, though. It's the only thing they've got locked down right now at all, I think. So it's the only thing they can try and kill. But everything else, they can't catch anymore, can they?
No, and that's the problem is that Nighthawks are known for being giant bricks of EHP, but they're also bricks in their maneuverability. And if they had any skirmish links that got killed already, that means that they're going to be slow. You have a lot of health, but these Phantasms eventually will chew through you. I mean, the Moa we can see doing railgun damage. Again, we'll be able to apply over time. The Nighthawk, yeah, there's 4 minutes left on the clock, but okay, so the Osprey is taking a little bit of damage, but you're going to have to kill an Osprey and something else, like one of these Phantasms, to win on time. And I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
No, I don't think so. There are some bots out right now, obviously from the Raven Navy issue onto the Nighthawk. It's going to help a bit too much, but the Osprey has taken a bit of damage now from the looming Raven Navy issue is beaming down onto the Osprey. He won't catch up with him, but he's doing a lot of damage. It's incredible how much DPS and how he's applying as well onto the Osprey Navy issue. He shouldn't be anywhere close at all, but I think that Ragequit, I think they've got this.
Yeah, so definitely Sedition they were cooking pretty hard, right, when they brought a Torp Raven Navy. And as silly as it is to say at this point, if that was a cruise Raven Navy, they would have been forced to, on the Rage Quit Cancel sub, to go after hit, because cruises, will hit anywhere in the arena. Like a Raven Navy issue will be able to, if you just park it at the very center, it'll hit anything at that point.
Yeah, I think that they had to I think a cruise would have been much more scary in this. It'd be constant DPS, but then at the same time, there's torps just do so much damage, and they're just fun. They're fun to be in. They're fun to fly. They're fun to do loads of damage and stuff. And again, look, the Moa being caught out right now. They need to wake up, guys. Come on. If he gets grappled, it's just. I mean, the Raven Navy issue might be able to get some points back as well. And
Okay,
get some kills.
so the drones of the Nighthawk are going after the drones that are killing him. So he's killing the warriors that are on him and he's regenning shields. So these Vigil Fleet issues and these Phantasms are trying to close this Nighthawk. However, Sedition is still up on... Oh, no more. So that Nighthawk was trying to get to the MJD beacon, but was simply too slow. And now that those Phantasms break him, Rage Quit Cancel sub with 2 minutes on the clock will be up just enough points.
Yeah, I think this Raven Navy issue. I mean, they're going to go for him now. He's doing the best he can with the tools that he's got, but he's kind of being. He can't kill the Vigil Fleet issue around him. He's being webbed. He's TP'd. There's not much he can do right now. He's just going to sit here and. But if he had cruisers, I think he would be. Oh, so much more useful, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he would have been able to have killed the Osprey by now, and I like the use of, you're putting the Vigil Fleet issue on top. Yeah, the Moa is taking damage, but, you're willing to sacrifice a Moa and a Vigil Fleet issue in this case, because, again, it's just not enough points for you to lose. So Ragequit cancel sub, really using the experience of Damascus Kadesh to understand, the point evaluation and the win condition. I'm sure they've got someone that's watching the stream, right, looking at how many points each team has and telling them, hey, you've got to do this in order to, win the game. We don't really talk about it a lot, but it's super important in these matches, right? To have kind of a coach or an 11th man or woman, telling you, hey, like this is going on, or it looks like so and so has burnt their guns out, really, to really relay to your team that like there's information that you can't have right when you're just in the middle of the match and concentrating on trying to win at that point.
But also, I mean, kudos to Sedition though for putting up a really good fight. Like I think that even with the Taught Raven Navy issue, they did do really well. They got like pretty much over like half the team down from the Ragequit cancel sub. But obviously, like I said, they did really well. Ragequit just to get the kiting as well. The Phantasm staying well out of range of everything, and just keeping the application going forwards. The Moa does not decide to go down. He's taking a lot of damage. He did actually catch up to him. Actually, we're going to see some nice explosion now as the Raven does go down. So congratulations to Ragequit cancel sub and the entire team. Well played, well fought. And with that, we'll take it back to the studio.
Welcome back. Sedition dropping that one to Ragequit cancel sub. Sedition are now going to be going straight to the nearest battlefield and try and get some LP back to replace their losses. But that was a well-fought match by both sides. Ragequit are a very experienced team. They have a couple of pilots who have played in a number of different tournaments over the years. They are not to be trifled with. They were on the back foot for a while, and there was some discussion in the back, Ali, about the Torps, the choice to bring Torps by Sedition. What do you think?
I think that Torps are the biggest Pytha bait since the reactive armor hardener. They're bad, you shouldn't fit them, and don't bring them to the tournament. The reason why is exactly what we saw happen in the match. As soon as that Loki died, the Torps no longer had the additional webs and the additional help they needed to apply. Just take a look at the Pytha graphs. It's really bad if you don't have tackle and you don't have paints.
Yeah, torpedoes are great for shooting structures. So when we have points for things like Astrahuses and Fortizars in the tournament, then maybe be a more useful thing to bring. But until then, I think Torp should probably stay with the Maelstrom, the RT Maelstrom, in Pytha Hell and never be released. All right, let's look at our next match, which is going to be in just 2 minutes. Exodus versus Bright Side of Death. Exodus banning out the Orthrus and the Loki. And here we go. It's happened. It's the Squall ban, finally, from Bright Side of Death. They've recognized the almighty power of the Squall, and they're like, GTFO. They also chose to ban the Cyclone Fleet. Theron, thoughts on these bans?
Finally, somebody recognizes the power of a Squall. I like all of them. I think I like the Squall ban because it is a very efficient ship, right? So you get rid of that. Somebody was even talking in the Discord chat on the official EVO 9 server that there will be a lot of teams that you ban that ship out if they over rely on it too much. You can cripple their fury crafting. So
yeah,
plan your comms accordingly.
We'll definitely find out if these teams will be crippled by the lack of the mighty Squall, because by banning the Squall, that means you can't bring 1, 2, or 3 Squalls. Like any number of Squalls, you cannot bring them. And the triple Squall has been very popular. But we are ready to go into the arena with SFC and Mod, the kings of the mute button. Let's see who will mute themselves this time.
Well, this time we are not muted, and it's a good thing because I'm actually very excited for this match. So Exodus and BSOD, both teams that have been, perennially kind of, top 16 material, have had some unfortunate brackets in the past, but running an armor control comp, double arbitrators on both sides, and Armageddon. Walk us through the Starfleet.
I'm just going to check the mics. Can you hear me, moderator? We're all good?
Yeah, you are in fact not muted.
We're both terrible at this. Honestly, we can't even turn our mics on. Yeah, this match super interesting and amazing to see Exodus and B-Sword on the field. Some awesome people on the grid as well. Obviously, was a QC on the Exodus side, but yeah, a bit of a mirror going on. Arbitrators definitely tracking disruption going to be going on this on both sides, but it's essentially a very close mirror matchup. Really, it's definitely going to come down to, I feel like, a lot of controlling, getting the right primaries, maybe switching some damage, neuting as well, getting those newts down. As we see, Wardens being dropped immediately from BSOD.
Oh my god, we're actually having a drone mirror with those EOSs. I was afraid of this. Neither either side, right, has any sort of guns or launchers on those Armageddons. These are full on newt on both sides. So no one is going to have any capacitor, or is going to tell you that in fact your capacitor is empty. That's going to be a lot of very, very bonus to heavy newts. I would hate to be a cruiser or a command ship in that situation.
As the drones slowly make their way over from the Exodus team to go onto the Magus, and now switching onto the Maulus. I think we're seeing a bit of defanging going on actually right now. Yeah, BSOD going for the drones. It looks like their drones are dying. There's Wardens out as well, and there's obviously a couple of reps as well. Someone in local called White Flag, which is interesting. But the damage is very slow right now. As a defang, as the drones now getting pulled back to the. Oh no, the drones are going now to be the primary onto somebody, as the Magus is holding.
Yeah, they're trying to shoot. B-Side is trying to shoot the Thalia and the Deacon. So one of the things about bringing a lot of drones for damage is what it implies is that you don't have any rep bots, and when you don't have any rep bots, your Thalia and Deacon tend to not be as survivable as they otherwise might be. So Mr. Falcon is taking a ton of damage because, well, he's just got one rep buddy supporting him. He's not getting neuted. He's not in range for any of that. But, man, as I say, he's not being neuted. Sorry, the Deacons of Brightside of Death being neuted. Control bars completely maxed out. No one going to have any capacitor. I could see this one going very, very to the wire. Whoever runs out of capacitor first on these Armageddons, and then being able to turn off the Thalia Deacons on each side. Or Mr. Falcon could just simply die, as he's taking a lot of light drone damage.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the same thing. There's a lot of poking going on, trying to find the holes in each other's setup. What's the weak spot? Obviously, the Exodus team just going, hey, let's just go for Armageddon. And it is in half armor, and it is breaking as well, so it might actually push through the reps. And this is really alarming for the B-Sub team. They need to start to get, if the Thalia is not dying, he's got transversal, he needs to get webbed. A TP is just not going to be enough to kill him, even without bots.
You know what they forgot to bring? They're a drone comp, and neither side has any smart bombs. This Armageddon is getting chunked by like 20 different heavy drones, and he does not have a single smart bomb to do any damage to any of them, so he can't even defang.
Well, why would you bring a smart bomb to bomb your own drones? But you won't think that they would bring their drones as well. It's just they've not thought. It's so honestly, it's actually so true. One smart bomb would actually just pretty much get rid of all. By this point, these drones will be gone by this point. As he goes into structure, first blood will be going to Exodus, and that is a huge first blood. Do you think that now with this down, I think Exodus have just going to snowball now? That's it.
I think Exodus is almost funny as it is. I mean, we've been here for 3.5 minutes, and one ship finally drops. We see that the Deacon is now the primary. I think Exodus, what you do now is you push in with those newt boats, and you fully commit to the other team. The Deacon has been neuted, and he takes pressure. He does finally drop. These acolytes do break him, and with that, side of B-Sod is going to go after Vitone, but I think it's too little too late. Fox Pierce Deacon taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, definitely. I think B-Sword realised, hey, we just lost our arm again. Let's go for theirs. I think it's just too late as their Deacon does go down. I mean, Exodus doing a good job. There was a bit of a drone playing at the start there, moving them around, trying to go for the Magus, but it's always just go for the battleships, put the pressure on, break the reps, and get through. The Magus now the primary for Exodus. Definitely a difficult comp to come up against for both teams because they're kind of the same. So it's kind of like you have to really be careful what you go for and what you commit, and obviously it is whoever breaks first. That's kind of that's the end, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, and it really was. So, I mean, we see that the Vexers again. None of these ships had any sort of really guns. Those Vexers even had newts. Mr. Falcon Thalia drops as well. So, I mean, again, maybe looking at newt pressure here from that, the Deacon as well being neuted out. Dr. TNT would be the next logical primary from the side of B-Sod. But, you know, you lose a Vexer. I think it's too little too late. B-Sod, you know, trying to claw it back, but it's probably over for them.
Yeah, I like that X's have 2 Vexes. It's just a cleaner comp. I don't like the Maulus on B-Sod's team. It's not going to be doing much for them. I really like that there's 2 Vexes, 2 Arbitrators, Ponti. It's very like synergize, lots of drones, lots of damage. That's what you want to go through. They push through the Armageddon's reps quite, his reps and the reps from Logifigs quite easily. And they did, I mean, B-Sod finally do get Athalia down with the Deacon going down, but it is too little too late as their Armageddon Navy issue is going to be dipping into half armor. Do you think that this could have gone either way?
I think it absolutely could have. I mean, just imagine being one of these arbitrator pilots right now, okay? You think, wow, I'm going to be such a badass. I'm going to, you know, completely guidance and tracking disrupt the other side. And you end up having to guidance disrupt each other because the only missiles or guns on either side are the heavy missiles on the arbitrators that are shooting at each other, doing all of like 100 DPS total.
Both teams thinking the other team would bring turrets, basically more. Yeah, pretty much.
Absolutely.
Which was obviously not the case. They both didn't think they'd bring the same thing because looking at the BANE Cyclone Fleet issue and a Loki for blue and a Skull on Orpheus and in red, it's kind of like screaming, hey, don't bring missiles, bring turrets. But both teams thought, I'm going to bring drones and bring some tracking disruption, and then we don't care about we can just put our drones anywhere or whatever the hell. Armageddon Nation issue down is going to be going down, John, in a second here, with the Deacon still hanging on without a Logi brother. The Vexer in half armor, Battleship goes down. I mean, congratulations to obviously Exodus piloting really well, and it was definitely one of those matches where slow start, poking around, arbitrators looking at each other thinking, what are we going to do? I guess we're just going to TD and GD ourselves and the other arbitrators. I do think I'm a firm believer. Maybe you can disagree with me more, but I think the 2 Vexers were like made Exodus comp just a bit better. The 2 Vexers.
I think those Exodus Vexers are very, very good in the role that they have of being kind of a forward, you know, screening ship to really lock down and hold something without having to fully commit your EOS or your Armageddons, right? You don't want to have to put those in harm's way unless you absolutely have to. That's why you bring those Vexers to do what, you know, their role is of just being a brick that gets on top of something, newts it out, and then applies drone damage. And it worked out very well for them.
I also prefer their drone composition from Exodus. Like I don't like the Wardens. It looks like B-Sod dropped some Curators, some Wardens at the beginning just to get some damage down. There are obviously some medium drones around and some heavy drones around from B-Sod, but Exodus's drone layout is much more consistent. We've just got mostly heavy and mid drones going all over the place. No sentries, which I think is just much better. Even though the damage does take a bit more time to get there, it just hits harder, doesn't it, more?
Yeah, it really does. I mean, that's kind of the trade-off, really, is that, you know, in EVE, yes, close-range weapons, they do more damage, but, you know, again, longer-range weapons do less, so you have the drone version of that is your bouncers are going to do less damage than, say, the Berserker, right, of the, you know, heavy drone compared to a Sentry. As the Mollusk does finally go down, it will only be Midas Bartholomew going after that Vexer of Aaron E. Vega.
I don't know. I mean, can B-Sod get any points from this? I don't know. I think it's a fantastic showing from Exodus. Really strong team, lots of tournament pedigree, and massive history as well. I think they've been doing tournaments as a team, as Exodus, as an alliance for as long as I have, really, over 10 years, I believe. I remember playing against them in Alliance Tournament 10. So fantastic to see them back as well and going through the feeders. Obviously, B-Sod doing really well to hold up as well against them. Both teams are really good, but Exodus just putting it a tiny bit out. And I also want to say, like, this is I was actually expecting a different comp. Actually, I was expecting some form of like rails or something. I don't know about you with the bands. I just thought it's sort of obvious, you know, maybe too obvious.
Maybe. I mean, when I looked at this group and I saw that B-Sod, Exodus, and Turbo Feeder Glory are all in it, I said, okay, wow, this is really kind of a group of death. You would think that any of those teams would, in fact, qualify for the tournament. But, I mean, one of them has to go home. And speaking of sending it back as Midas Bartholomew's EOS explodes, We're going to send it back to the desk to break that one down for us.
Exodus showing their tournament pedigree there as they dispatch Bright Side of Death. And what really could have gone either way. The history books will show that it was a fairly one-sided victory at the end when you look at the points and the ships that died, but that definitely could have gone either way until it started to go one way. And both teams bringing in this drone control armor comp, dropping drones to each other, and then just a lack of ability to remove those drones from themselves is kind of what broke it for BSOD. And I wanted to take a minute to quickly go over the tournament UI, because there was a lot of talk about it there by Starfleet and Mod when they talked about things like the control bar and the defense and so on. And if you're new to tournaments, you might not really know what these things are, but essentially there's three important things to look at. There's the defense, there's the attack, and then there's the control. And these essentially are telling you like how much EHP there is the defense bar. If it's purple, that's actually active reps. The attack bar essentially is all the damage, the total potential damage versus the applied damage. So if you see a big girthy attack bar, but only a small bit of it is red, that means they're really struggling to apply. And finally, you have the control bar. And control is things like electronic warfare, webs, newts, tracking disruptors, all sorts of stuff like that can really just like make it harder for your opponents to do what they are trying to do. And both those teams in that last match had maxed out control bars, pretty chunky defense bars, and very small attack bars. So usually we refer to this as a control comp, because they're all about just stopping your enemies doing what they're trying to do while you do what you want to do. We have exactly 30 seconds, Fear, and I want you to tell me what they could have done with, for example, a Skybreaker.
Well, Skybreaker or smart bombs just clear drones pretty effectively. Skybreaker's weapon hits up to 10 targets at once and is really good at clearing drones, as long as they're not bonus for HP. So a couple of Skybreakers, or maybe even a Stormbringer or something, or just more smart bombs. And any smart bombs could have swung the match in favor of either team.
Yeah, now I'm going to speedrun this next part. So let's look at the bans for Minmatar Fleet Alliance versus Seriously Suspicious, and see what they're choosing to ban. As I say, speedrun, and then wait for the bans. Oh, there we go. So Scimitar Sentinel from Minmatar Fleet Alliance, Loki Sleipnir from Seriously Suspicious. Wow, Scimitar Sentinel is E-War. Loki does those webs, and Sleipnir is just kind of good. All right, let's go to the arena for Minmatar Fleet Alliance versus Seriously Suspicious with SFC and Nova.
Hello and welcome to the arena. I'm Nova Terran, joined here by Starfleet Commander, bringing you a battle, J-Space versus K-Space. Minmatar Fleet Alliance being well known in low-sec and in null-sec in the south. Seriously Suspicious coming out of wormholes. But we're seeing a triple Hyperion setup from our red team. Tell us a little bit about the blue team setup, Starfleet.
Oh, I can say I'm loving this. I'm loving these comps. I love seeing battleships. I love seeing the 6 battleships. I'm going to talk about Seriously Suspicious in a second, but triple Hyperion, let's go. I love it. Seriously Suspicious have brought a Fleet Typhoon, 2 Navy Armageddons as their core, and some Logifrings and some assorted support. Some bombers on the grid as well, which can be very, very interesting. Haven't seen them actually much today. I don't think we have actually seen bombers being fielded. Doing a lot of DPS at range as the match begins. I mean, the Hyperions are going to have to go in, aren't they, Nova?
Yeah, I saw a single Purifier earlier today in a rush comp, but this is entirely different. It's going to do a really, really good job of putting damage into these Hyperions. This setup from Seriously Suspicious is the Kingslayer comp from nowadays. It's taken different forms in different tournaments, but this setup with a Fleet Typhoon and 2 Navy Armageddons, that's definitely what it looks like here. They're putting this first Hyperion of Tuan Melenar nearly into half armor already.
Wow, he's taking so much damage, and I wouldn't be surprised those bombers are doing their work. I remember fielding those bombers, and if you don't kill them, you know, if you leave them throughout the game, they do so much damage over time. You know, it's really good. It's a really good sort of point for damage ship in the tournament. The Hyperion into half armor, I think he should tank even with the damage on him. He's got a really strong local tank, and that's bonus, so he should be okay. But there's not much damage coming down on the Seriously Suspicious team. They're kind of chilling right now, so Minmatar Fleet Alliance really need to start focusing on getting some damage down. They are sort of chasing, looks like they're sort of heading towards the Armageddon of XX Jan, but the Hyperion has taken so much damage, he's going to start bleeding into structure.
Yeah, it looks like it really is starting to come down, as you mentioned, to these stealth bombers here. We're going to see if the Navy Armageddons or Fleet Typhoons start clipping. But the really interesting thing here is the control bar that these Navy Armageddons specifically give access to. In addition to those high sec missile or high slot missiles, rather, they're also having these bonus newts. So they are going to be slowly draining away things. Like we see newts going on to this Deacon of Osonglia, as well as the Hyperion that is tanking. I believe they've clipped on the battleships from the Kingslayer setup of Seriously Suspicious. But at the same time, they're not, other than the Navy Armageddon of XX Jan, they're not locked down yet.
No, definitely not. I'm also noticing the two arbitrators from Minmatar Fleet Alliance. I think they've only got guidance disruptors. I don't see any. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see any TDs across the grid right now on any of the Seriously Suspicious team for the Navy Armageddons. The Hyperion now bleeding into structure, and this will be a huge blow to Minmatar Fleet Alliance's entire comp. They lose a Hyperion for not trading for anything because they are trying to get. They finally got on XX Jan. He is dying. Now's the time to overheat Twan in the Hyperion. Survive for as long as possible. Overheat your guns. Get as much damage out as he does go down. Huge win to Seriously Suspicious. Now the question is, will they be able to break XX Jan? I don't think so.
We also saw multiple E-War effects, like webs specifically, I believe grapple as well, disappear from the Navy Armageddon of XX Jan the second that Hyperion died. So they're really reliant on getting another set of webs onto him in order to keep him there. Otherwise, they're not going to apply as well. It seems that there is a grapple that's gone down onto Bupas and Nathalia, and if he's dropping into Hull, he might just die outright.
Yeah, the Armageddon of Navy issue is bleeding through. The two Hyperions does have more than enough DPS to break him, but I think that if they need to win this, they have to get the logic fixed down. Because by the time that they've killed the Armageddon Navy issue, they've lost a Hyperion, they've lost Athalia, the Deacon's on his own. Seriously Suspicious need to start thinking about potentially killing the sort of lower end ships, get rid of the kill the Deacon, kill the frigs, and then the Fleet Typhoon can basically kite forever.
This Navy Armageddon's still tanking his heart out. He's applying newts to, I believe, both the Deacon of Osonglia and as well as the Hyperion of Mazer. So any amount of time that he continues to survive, he's just going to keep sucking the cap dry from Minmatar Fleet.
And the smart bomb's going off from the Hyperion right now, blowing up all the drones around him, including some rep drones, most of the damage drones going as well. The Armageddon Navy issue is still living to win. XX Jan holding on as well. The bombers are doing God's work right now. They are just keeping applying, keeping pressure onto Hyperion. He's gonna have to keep running his rep. Even with one Deacon, you can still see the Hyperion has a fantastic tank just on his own. The Malediction did take some damage, but there's no real. I can see the damage really focusing on the Armageddon Navy issue, the Hyperion as well, but there's a bit of secondary damage going on. The Hound going down as well, mostly from drones, I think, and yeah, it's just drones right now on him. Literally just some infiltrators right now.
I think it's showing that Minmatar Fleet have finally realized the damage that these stealth bombers represent from the Seriously Suspicious side. It's taken them a while, but it seems as though, I mean, they're still continuing to survive this Purifier and Hound, and the Hyperion does go down. They're down to just one Hyperion left at 41 points each. That's the bulk of their DPS and their comp. They're not going to be able to do too much, and I think that this Navy Armageddon of XX Jan is just going to survive the entire way through.
I think so. I mean, you can see on the control bars and the attack bars on the screen in front of you, the attack bar for Seriously Suspicious is huge with the potential attack bar. And obviously Minmatar Fleets is tiny now, and it's kind of got to the point where their only opportunity to win. I feel like the damage just wasn't there from the Hyperions. Do you not agree? Like, do you feel like there was not? I mean, obviously the Armageddon Navy issue is in armor and waiting to structure, but it was just too little, too late. I feel like when they had the 3 battleships, the damage just wasn't landing.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. At the same time, I don't think they're going to easily outdamage the amount of damage that could come out of the Seriously Suspicious side, especially not with these stealth bombers that have been applying the entire time. These Hyperions were largely focused on tanking. And the second the first Hyperion died, they really did lose most of their scram or web and grapple potential, it seemed. That Navy Armageddon of Jan lasted way too long, and it was largely from those E-War modules falling off of him. He could pull a little bit more distance, get a little bit more speed out, and that helps him mitigate some of the damage from these blasters.
I also think that the decision making from Minmatar Fleet compared to the Seriously Suspicious was it's very important to have a game plan in these sort of, and to not get sort of stuck when you don't know what to do, when something doesn't work, when plan A doesn't go well. It's also important to have another plan and immediately take action and do something else. Seriously Suspicious just focused on Hyperion and we're going to try and break him the entire way through. I feel like Minmatar Fleet Alliance didn't really have like this sort of solid plan to go for something. They went for the Armageddon a bit too late, and then that lost their Hyperion in the process. As Del Vallo does go down in a second, he's going to go into structure. I mean, it's in the bag for Seriously Suspicious right now, and I think it was one of those matches that just comes down to who can just break through the tank first, basically.
Conversely, I don't think that Seriously Suspicious were expecting to see triple Hyperion, but they were very, very ready for this battleship setup at least. Like, they were totally anticipating trying to clip one of these battleships out of the arena. And they didn't quite manage to clip it, but on the second clip, they absolutely did so. And I think they're going to take a flawless victory here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that might be our first all day.
I also think the bombers, like them bringing your bombers, was a huge gamble, because if you bring in bombers, I think you're expecting battleships, because you want something that has a big zig to make the damage really land. The Vengeance just goes down as well, so I think the bombers played a huge role. I'd be so interested to see the kill reports and that, and see how much damage the Purifier and Hound did. I wouldn't be surprised if they were pretty high up and very consistent damage, very squishy as well. But I think that they expected some sort of battleship comp from their draft and from their comp that they have right now.
We're just watching these arbitrators fall now. They did their best trying to missile guidance disrupt these Navy Armageddons for a lot of the match, but they're just starting to fall now. They don't have really any DPS potential on their own, especially if their drones are not still active. And yeah, it's a rough one. I don't think they were quite ready to deal with this comp from Seriously Suspicious.
I mean, big up Minmatar Fleet Alliance for the triple Hyperion, but congratulations for Seriously Suspicious. And with that, we'll take it back to the studio.
Oh no!
What?
I ran out of strut!
Seriously Suspicious there with the first 200-0 clean sweep of Alliance Tournament 20 as Minmatar Fleet struggles in that particular match. They did bring a pretty cool comp. They brought triple Hyperions. You'll love to see it, but unfortunately it just didn't work out for them. Perhaps a couple of strategic plays could have done a little bit different. We did notice that there was some bombers that were just kind of roving around doing their own thing, and that Vengeance was busy tackling other things. Those bombers were really big threats to those Hyperions, and of course the time it takes those Hyperions to get on top of something, they're just eating so much damage. Ali, what do you make of that match?
I mean, it was fun to watch Minmatar Fleet Alliance. This is their first Alliance tournament. I've flown in the same area as them on TQ, unfortunately often on opposite sides of the battle report. And they're just super enthusiastic. They undock, they take fights, they go for it, and they're doing the same thing in the Alliance tournament. And you know what? I respect the heck out of that.
Theron, any tips maybe you could give to newer teams, especially like maybe Minmatar Fleet Alliance in the tournament, teams that maybe coming to compete for the first time?
Well, other than general, some archetypes are better than other. Paying attention to your surroundings, what's going on in the match, because at some point it was probably already over, maybe. I'm unsure about that, but the bombers were like pretty close to the main fight. Maybe it is worthwhile, as you mentioned yourself, like Vengeance, just go web one, and then Hyperion generally look in the direction of a webbed bomber, grapple it, and just blap. Maybe it would help them tank a little bit more. Maybe it would have prolonged stuff. Maybe they would have been able to kill battleships on the suspicious side faster. Those things, they are. It's very difficult as a new player, especially in the Alliance tournament, because you kind of get tunnel vision on piloting your ship. Even if you're FC, sometimes, or a target caller, you might not notice those things. But over the time and over the practice, you start noticing those things and paying attention, and maybe you can capitalize on openings like that could help you get back out of the bad situation, or maybe turn around the match.
Yep. I will point out one thing that is seriously suspicious. Minmatar Fleet Alliance didn't bring a single Minmatar ship, so maybe that's something to do with it. All right, let's look at our next match, which is going to be Watch This versus OnlyFleets. Fear, take me through these bands.
Well, we have an Oneros, Armageddon Navy, Scimitar, and Pontifex. These are pretty popular bands. Scimitar not wanting to deal with Shield Kite, Oneros not wanting to deal with Armor Kite, Armageddon Navy just a very popular band because it brings a lot of utility and DPS. And is a very flexible ship as far as armor setups go. And the Pontifex is, you need to have both the Pontifex and the Magus if you're running Dusty Links and any sort of armor setup. So by banning that, you ban any armor comp that doesn't have battlecruiser links.
Yeah, and then with both, arguably the best two Tech 2 Logistics cruisers in the tournament format banned out right now, the Scimitar and the Oneros. It's either going to force teams to bring Frigate Logi or bring the infamous Basilisk or perhaps the Guardian. The Guardian is certainly better than the Basilisk for sure as an alternative to the Oneros.
Hey, or the Zarm. Only
or
2
the
points
Zarm.
more.
Yeah. The Zarmaz is an option. It does exist. Can be hit or miss. All right, let's head to the arena for this match with Watch This versus OnlyFleets.
Welcome back, Starfleet coming here with Nova, and boy do we have a match for you. OnlyFleets bringing a sort of Brutix Navy issue and a Starte, Navy Prophecy, Navy Mermaid, lots of standard stuff we've seen today. But Nova, what have Watch This brought?
I am so excited. I think this might be my absolute favorite comp. You might hate me, but I think this is a shield tinker. So these golems, if they're set up for it with cruise missiles, they're just going to be sitting and applying consistent damage across the entirety of the arena. And if they're able to do so, they're going to be capping themselves up or capping one another up with a remote cap transfer module to keep an Ensil shield booster running as their tank. It costs them a lot of points to do. We'll see if it works.
I mean, I really want to see if this is a tinker. This will be the first tinker of the tournament. As the match gets underway, the damages from the golems is going to be landing hard and fast, but OnlyFleets can get in there and apply a lot of damage if they need to. TP's out, missiles out. I'm not seeing any cap transfers. As I say that, I see cap transfers coming out. I think you might be right, Nova.
There they are. Yes, indeed. Unlike the Kingslayer comp we saw last, they think the big deal about this cruise missile setup is the fact that the damage is consistent. The reload time, much faster, clip size, much higher. So they're just going to continue to pump out damage, but they might lose their low end very quickly. One of these Bantams does fall down pretty much immediately from their side. Meanwhile, they're going after the Vigilant of OnlyFleets.
They don't care about losing a Bantam. What are you talking about? They got 3 guns. They can local tank this whole thing. I don't know. We'll see. The Vision in half armor. I'm just really rooting for this comp because I want it to win. I don't know. I love a Tinker is just such a pain to deal with, but they can get in and the school goes down, literally deleted. They could get in and get some bumped if they wanted to as well off the golems. The Vision not taking any damage anymore. Switching for the Omi Navy, going for a bit more of a smaller tank, less tank cruiser. I think it's going to be a tough one for Watch This. And then another school goes down.
The real question at this point is whether the golems are actually going to be able to break anything. They need these target paints to do a really good job in order for them to apply well enough to kill these cruisers, especially from the OnlyFleet side. As the last squall does go down.
Literally, I mean, the 3 schools down. One of them was Phantomite. Rest in peace, Phantomite, in this match. He's gone. The 3 golems are still back. They're still in the game. They're still loving it. They're still shooting. The Aero Navy issue in half armor of Stewish is regaining some. He regained some shield there as well, taking some damage, going into low armor as the Stalk goes down for the watch this team. That's the links off the field. I mean, they might be able to get Stewish down. He is in low armor, but I don't think this is going to be a game-winning thing. It's like the last Bantam goes down.
No, especially with the Stork dying. If the Bifrost also dies, that's going to be it for Lynx from Watch This. So the longer the match goes on, the harder they're going to find it. I haven't seen any bumping coming down yet from members of the OnlyFleets team on the Golem trio. That's typically one of the best ways to break a Shield Tinker, is simply ramming your ships into them so that they move far enough away from one another that they can no longer remote cap transfer. But so far that hasn't really been taking place.
Now, the most important thing here is, can the Golems tank? Do they have enough tank? Because if they can tank, which I don't know they can, I'm not really too sure, but if they can tank, they can try and get some points and just win on points, which has happened in the past. I'm not too sure. I don't know what you think, but the Golem, he's a bit dicey right now. He's 27% sure, 31. He's going down. I don't think he can tank this too much. But they're going to go back on the Vision, trying to get some points off him.
Yeah, this Gunboat Octodaddy setup just has too much DPS for this Golem to tank. He's going to try his best, and they are still putting some good damage into the Vigilant, but unless they're able to knock him down very quickly, I have a feeling this Golem is going to die. With it, the rest of the comp will fall apart as well.
It's really interesting that they kind of, the rest of the team, I'm surprised there's no like command ship on their like battleship team, or something. Some other, maybe 2 battleships and a command ship. I don't know. The triple Golem just seems like the rest of the comp just died immediately. Obviously the OnlyFleets comp is very good at like applying damage hard and fast onto, they can switch and and dip the reps if they want to. Whereas the Golems, the missiles take time to land. They've got nice TPs there, nice application. He is hanging on. Amira is going to be the primary now, right, for the Golems, but I don't think they're going to break anything down.
Yukilu's dipping into hull, he's half hull, and he goes down. And with that Golem going down, that's going to really break up this remote cap transfer. The others are going to have a much harder time tanking than that first one.
I think if one Golem didn't tank when they're all up, I don't think this other one's going to die. Is going to tank. Sorry, I think he's definitely. Look, he's immediately going into armor. Not even a chance of. He's only getting a couple of boost off, so he's going to go down. So I'm going to say, I think it's quite safe to stay over, isn't it? Congratulations to OnlyFleets for winning this one. Great parting as well. Great comp. And watch this. I mean, I love the comp. You can't fault it, can you, Nova? It's 3 Golems,
Oh, I love it so much. At the same time, these Golems are so points expensive. I wonder about maybe something like a Scorpion Navy over one of the Golems, at least, already gets you a bunch of points back that you can spend on the rest of the comp. And I also wonder a little bit about target calling priority from these Golems. I feel like maybe if they had gone after something a little bit bigger that they would apply to a little bit better than the Vigilant right off the bat, they might have been able to knock something a bit more important down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Golem is about to go down, but obviously Bastion modules are not allowed in this tournament because that'd be too busted. But yeah, I think that it's going to be a win for OnlyFleets, right, Nova?
Yeah, with this last Golem of Thorfinn falling down, watch this. I watched this. I loved it. Wasn't good enough. Sorry about that. And with that, we'll be passing it back to the analyst desk. Walk you through that Shield Tinker.
Watch this. You may have lost the match, but you won my heart with your brave attempt to bring a tinker. What is a tinker? I hear you cry to your computer screen in your basement. Well, a tinker is when you are incapable of repping everybody else, but you rep yourself, supplied by a mesh network of remote capacitor transfers. So you all sit together, feed each other cap, and then you can endlessly rep yourself. Or rather, I guess, for 6 minutes and 20 seconds or so, rep yourself. And in theory, it could work. There was a time when Tinkers were pretty popular in the Alliance tournament with the Tech 3 Cruiser Logi. You would just plop a little Tengu right in the middle of those golems, and then Bob, your uncle, you ain't breaking. That thing would just rep everybody. It was phenomenal. But the Tinker may be back. Fear, is the Tinker back?
Well, we've seen Pseudo Tinker, as I've been akin to calling it. Over the last couple ATs, a couple of different teams have pulled it out. Odin's Call pulled it out 2 ATs ago, and last AT they didn't really do it. The AT before Odin's Call pulled out in a couple of matches. In the grand finals, I believe it was Hydra or Truth Honor Light at that point that ended up bringing it out. So it is kind of one of those situationally good comps where if you have the right set of bands and the right set of pilots and the right composition, it can be very powerful and win against a lot of different archetypes because it has a lot of range. You are pretty much impervious to most forms of range control because the golem is just so outrageously high range, and you're impervious to a lot of forms of rush because you have so much tank. But that particular version of the comp, I don't think was a very good iteration.
Yeah, and Theronth, one of the things that we also noticed is there was not one golem, but in fact there was 3. And that was 150 points, according to my math. But how? Because the golem is only 48 points in the rules, Theronth. How? This doesn't make any sense.
Well, CCP overload. This simple trick of adding 1 point for each of the ships that you take stacks up inflation to the point that the cost of living of a Tinker comp is so outrageously high that you have to resort to low-end being squalls, things that are not really resilient. They are mighty squalls, but they are cheap. They're absolutely mighty. Fear has mentioned the pseudo Tinker comp that Truth Honor Light pulled out in 2017 that I was on the receiving end of. Thank you very much. And back then, it's still a comp that does not win every single matchup, but situationally it can be really really dangerous, right? So, but in order for it to work, it has to have a certain of have a set of prerequisites that are completed. So webs, TP, stuff like that. That comp did not have them. They didn't have a single web probably there. So if they ever wish to kill anything smaller than an Astrahus or a battle cruiser, say that Vision they've been starting the primary from the beginning of the match, then it might not go that well. And I think that the match was the testament to that.
Tinkers are for peace-loving people. They're a defensive comp. They're designed to just outlast the enemy. It didn't work this time.
I still want to see, if we have seen already a pseudo Tinker, I want to see an armor Meepo. I just want to see a Meepo with a Zarmaster or something.
I think I'm being bullied into talking about the next match now because I see the bans have just come up. This will be our final match of the day. Ronin Reloaded versus Ushra'Khan, one of the oldest alliances, if not the oldest alliance in the entirety of New Eden. Wow, what a history. So it looks like Ronin Reloaded banning out the Pontifex and the Scimitar. Classic set of bans here. Nothing to say about those. And then Ushra'Khan banning out the Nighthawk and the Armageddon Navy issue. Nighthawk's been pretty dominant, especially when paired with the Lokis. And of course, that Geddon Navy, we've seen a lot of them this tournament, and a lot of Geddon Navy bans. I'm willing to bet that it's one of the more popular ones thus far. We'll see how that meta develops over the next 3 days of Alliance Tournament feeders. Remember, we are back tomorrow and next weekend as well. But for now, let's go to the arena one last time for the day with your casters Starfleet Commander and Nova.
Hello and welcome back to the arena for the last time today. It is Nova Terran joined here once again by Starfleet Commander for this match between Ushra'Khan and ticker is I'm bad. It is
Ronin Reloaded.
Ronin Reloaded.
Ronin Reloaded. The UI is incorrect, guys, on the stream right now. It is Ushra'Khan versus Ronin Reloaded. We have a very broadly Minmatar rush from both teams. Ronin in the blue team, Ushra'Khan, there you go, they're up now, correct. Ushra'Khan warping at 0 with their Sleipnir. So we're going to definitely see damage landing hard and fast as there's 5 seconds on the clock right now. Who do you think the primary is right now, Nova? Who do they go for?
That's a really good question. I mean, it's clear that Ronin Reloaded did get the memo that the Squall is very good in this circumstance, but I think they need to eliminate a priority target right off the bat, especially for Ushra'Khan, who've warped in at 0 with most of their autocannon set up. It looks like they're burning in fast for a Loki, potentially of Vladislav Sakin. Meanwhile, the Ronin Reloaded team is immediately trying to lock down this Fleet Cyclone of Kale Moonshine.
I think that's a good call. I think going for the Fleet Cyclone, if they can get the damage on, is a good call. I think ignore the Sleipnirs for now. They could break through the Sleipnirs, but he is going into half shields the Cyclone Fleet issue. Loki being the target for the Ushra'Khan team. I think they should have gone for maybe I think actually the Loki. I'm going to go back myself. The Loki's definitely the way to go. The Scythe Fleet issue goes down. The Burst now going into armor. Going to get off the logic figures as well. The Squalls, obviously, they're the reason. They get, if you have 3 Squalls, the more Squalls you have, the more you're going to win, right?
Yeah, Ushra'Khan are somehow having a hard time killing this Loki that they tackled down pretty much immediately. We see them taking out a burst. It seems that they've partially been screened off by the team from Ronin Reloaded. But yeah, this autocannon rush setup is really reliant on being able to get on top, like up and personal with these ships. And so they are vulnerable to getting locked down a little bit and not being able to all apply all together. And somehow this Tech 1 Logi burst is still alive, and so is the Loki.
Absolutely living to win it right now. This burst, literally staying alive. Honestly, it's such a huge thing to have the burst alive as the Cyclone Fleet issue goes down. Ronin Reloaded looking in a commanding position right now, with complete superiority in terms of the damage and their tank as well. I think they're going to. The Visual Fleet issue just gets annihilated off the grid. Blink and he's gone. Literally, the damage just lands so hard and fast. Ushra'Khan still trying to get the burst down. I think they need to switch up their tactic. The Loki's burnt away. He's really far away from the whole fight, which is where he should be. He got primaried. He got out. They're going to try and go for a Sleipnir, but do you think it's a little too late?
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Ronin Reloaded have the pick of the litter. They can choose whatever they want as their next target. It will die in rapid succession. These scalpels should have an easier time surviving than the Tech 1 Logi of Ronin Reloaded, but it doesn't look that way, given that he's going down pretty darn quickly. And the other fleet visual of Keela might also go down. Yeah, they're both webbed down.
Loki webs and TP equals dead frigates.
Yes, indeed.
And the Visual Fleet, again, the Visual Fleet's just dying, just literally getting deleted off the grid, but anything that's webbed and TP is going to get absolutely annihilated by hams and some projectile ammo. Amazing job by Ronin Reloaded, though.
Ushra'Khan being one of the oldest, if not the oldest alliance in the game, they are Minmatar role players, and they brought a full Minmatar setup for this one. I'm not sure if that was the right option. I think maybe some squalls of their own might have helped their comp a lot, actually.
I think that the idea from the Ushra'Khan's comp was on the money. I think their composition is good. I think they have the same idea, but obviously you look at the Ronin side and they've got such a nicer flow in their setup. They've got the 2 Claymores, they've got 2 Lokis, they've got Sleipnir, they've got a really nice top end, as the Loki does go down for Ushra'Khan, and they've got the 3 Squalls and the 2 Logi Frigs. It's such a nicer balanced comp, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and from here, they're just going to be able to play keep away with these 2 Sleipnirs. The Sleipnirs should never be able to kill anything else from the Ronin Reloaded side. And despite the rush comps battling into one another, I have a feeling this is going to be another 200-0.
The second one of the tournament. Obviously, massive shout out to the Burst Pilot. Honestly, hanging on in structure. And T1 Logi Frigs, they are so paper thin. Like if they get locked down, and it's a minefield. They got Visual Fleet issues. They got Loki's on the other team. So staying alive in amongst all that is impressive.
Yeah, the Loki of Vladislav also did an excellent job of webbing things away from himself while getting the hell out of the arena, but not too far to a boundary. So he did a great job being able to mitigate threats there.
And with that, congratulations to Ronin Reloaded for the win, and a shout out to Leviathan Tank, an old member of Ushra'Khan and Volta.
Ronin Reloaded take the final victory of the day as they defeat Ushra'Khan 200-0. Pretty commanding match from them. Well done to them. And of course, shout out to Ushra'Khan for sticking to their projectile-flavored guns and bringing all Minmatar ships. Ali, any comments on that match?
So previously we saw shield rush with guns versus shield rush versus missiles. Previously I said they should back up. This time they backed up and it won them the match. As we saw those Lokis just webbing things off and running away while applying damage, really tilted things in Ronin Reloaded's favor. Really well flown by Ronin Reloaded there.
Yeah, and Fear, any comments from you on that one?
I mean, just one of those things we saw earlier in the day, 2 Lokis versus 1. The rush with 2 Lokis won. As the same thing happened here, just having the extra webs and the extra ability to screen, especially when you're a missile comp and are able to out-kite potentially a rush coming in with ACs, really, really helps you out. So I think it's good comp design as well from Ronin Reloaded to have both of those Lokis in the comp.
Yeah, and then finally, Theronth. Any comments from you, from your wrinkly, wise old brain?
I'll take that as a compliment, CP Overload. my wrinkly brain tells me that banning the Nighthawk is a 5-head move, as kids say these days, right? Because we saw that the Nighthawk was instantly replaced by a Sleipnir, which doesn't do exactly the same thing, but costs the same points, brings 2 links, and slots nicely in there. So a little cute mind game there. Maybe trying to say, hey, we are not going to rush you. Why would we be banning a Nighthawk if we are going to rush you? But then bring a rush and just slot in a Sleipnir instead. And also shout out to Levy. Levy, I love you, man. So
it'll be interesting to see if Ushra'Khan stick to only Minmatar ships for their next match, I believe tomorrow, because of course that does mean it's a lot easier to ban against you if you commit to only bringing Minmatar ships. Potentially a self-imposed weakness, but you know what? I respect the hustle. All right. I've been CCP Overload, and we will be back tomorrow, same time, 1600, same place, the internet, with more spaceship explosions. Thank you to everyone else who's been on the stream with me. Of course, we have the Talkers, we have Ali, we have Blackbird Pirate, we had Wingnut, we had Moderator, Mystical Might, Fearvina, Theronth, Valarax, Starfleet Commander, Nova Terror Ren, and I guess I did talk a bit myself as well. We had some button pressers. We had RJ, Brett, Thomas, Disc Read Error, and Yurgasil, and of course we had a bunch of referees, Amy Muff and Sothrasil, and the GMs helping us out: GM Maverick, GM Vision, GM Killer Koala, GM Grizzled, GM Boulder, and GM Listo, and of course CCP Jotun has been there as well, putting all of the predictions and giveaways in the chat. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.